Ừm. Death HD. Chờ bắt nốt anh em ơi. Ê, chờ coi livestream anh em ơi. chuẩn bị nha sếp nha anh em, sếp để xíu có livestream chung nha, anh em đợi tụi tôi set up cái nha. Hai nháy bỏ cái này, bỏ shop, bỏ hết, hai nháy thôi. Anh em tôi sắp livestream cho anh em coi cái nhà anh em, nó hơi cào quần xíu nha anh em. Quá trời chênh ninh, bữa giờ chênh nhiều lắm luôn á, team đang chênh ninh. Để xíu để tôi sắp cho livestream anh em coi mượt mượt xíu. Khỏi ông ơi, khỏi ông ơi. Ok, mua ki chạy cai, để coi còn ki không. Anh em đánh đi, tôi kiếm ki cho anh em chơi. Let's go. Monobat hả? Như bán hết bà nó. Bán hết rồi. Rồi sắp xong livestream tích rồi nè, xíu anh em mình coi thôi. 6 phút nữa bảo trì nha, chơi đấy. Đó nữa bảo trì anh em đợi xíu. Filter, filter hả? Xíu show filter cho anh em luôn. Có nhiều filter ở đây lắm. Đây giống cái vùng gì vậy? Bốn phút nữa nha, 4 phút nữa reset server nha. Rồi. mấy nữa ta, một tiếng nữa livestream. Trời chết chán như đây. Ba phút nữa. Cây mình rồi. Cây mình kìa. Chết cây mình kìa. 2 giờ đúng rồi, 2 giờ. Giờ anh em ngồi chơi thôi. Tiếp. Làm cái nữa, làm cái cuối. Sắp bị xếp rồi. Đánh lên. Làm cái cuối em ơi, làm cái cuối. Lát. Khoan. Lát. Cái cuối. Giờ lên 2 phút nữa, chạy lẹ boy. Chạy lẹ boy. Nó bị bắn ra rồi. Nhớ được bên mình bây ơi. Chạy lẹ bây ơi. Bao nhiêu phút nữa để táp ra cho anh em coi cái. Xíu nha, hết này bật cho anh em. Nhìn lên đưa đủ ơi. Cái ốc mà gọn gàng xíu anh em coi cho nó ok xíu. Vai 30 giây. 30 giây. Đưa bó. Nhanh lên. Mấy bộ ơi. 30 giây. Nhặt. 10 giây. 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Quăng đồ á. Diamond. Rồi 2 cục diamond. Hai cục diamond này ơi. Chưa hết giờ luôn. Chuẩn mày. Rồi điết rồi á. Hai cục diamond. Rồi bây giờ để tôi bật livestream cho anh em cái. Lỗi thôi chứ. Biết sao giờ mấy bồ. Biết sao giờ. Alo, nghe chưa? Rồi ha. Trong lúc chờ. Rồi, reset server 15 phút nữa có lại. Bắt nốt mới nha. Enable microtransaction file dependent and paladin series support. Ok. Chờ tích 1 tiếng nữa. Đây, mình có gửi mấy cái link cho anh em tham khảo á nha anh em tham khảo mấy cái link ở trên nha, wiki của game á, thì anh em nên coi để biết trước là mùa sau sẽ có thêm content mới gì nè. Đây là các content trong game nè, mỗi thứ là một nghề á nha. Sau khi nó update sẽ có thêm một nghề nữa, sẽ có một nghề nữa bên đây đó. Thì trong từng nghề á, nó sẽ có giống như là nói về breed thì nói tới mình, nhưng mà mình là chỉ là breed đi quái thôi, còn đây là breed đi boss. Breed đi boss thì có ông DT thì lại chùm đi đánh boss kinh luôn, breed kinh của Việt Nam á, còn mình chỉ là phèn thôi, mình đi quái thôi. Đây là breed nè, sẽ rớt ra mấy món gì nè anh em coi nha. Mùa sau là sẽ rớt cái bao tay này với viên diamond này đó. Anh em muốn chơi muốn rớt chiên addon thì anh em phải đi trao chiều trao nè, thì rớt cái khiên với cái addon thì anh em phải lên đây anh em check nha, con gì rớt cái gì á. Ok, giọng bị vang hả, để mò mò. Giọng bị vang à. Rồi đó, còn bị vang không? Còn bị vang không anh em? Còn không, còn không? Đó, vậy đó. Chắc hồi nãy đang like bên Discord á. Rồi, ở anh em vô đây anh em check nha, nên check là để coi hiện tại đang rớt cái gì. Delirium thì rớt cái viên Megalodon nè, viên này đang hot. Megalodon là đang hot nè, thì anh em nên check coi là đi content gì để rớt nha. Đi tour thì rớt Omen, Omen với Bell với Form Nothing Diamond cũng là một cái đang bắt buộc phải có. Form Nothing là phải có, Bell là phải có, cho nên anh em sẽ đi tour rất là nhiều. Thì sẽ có nghề, mỗi người một nghề. Thì tôi thấy có một ông YouTube thường thường ông gà thì tôi thấy ổng sẽ chạy Chill of Semicat, lúc nào livestream cũng chạy cái này hết. Còn có một ông Chen thì ông sẽ chạy bên đi chạy con này, chạy con arbiter. Còn tôi là tôi chạy chuyên grid, tôi chạy con chuyên grid thôi chứ không có chạy set. Set là con khác nữa, set ông khác nữa chạy. Tôi chỉ chạy quái thôi chứ tôi không chạy boss. Boss thì sẽ có một ông chuyên boss để chạy. Thì hiện tại là sẽ có nhiều người chuyên mỗi cái khác nhau. Tôi là grid là từ Cave đến tới carry là tôi chạy hết. Cave tôi cũng làm, carry tôi cũng làm đó. Rồi Essence rất cái gì thì anh em nên coi đọc đồ Essence nha. Essence này mắc nhất bây giờ, Essence of Head thì hiện tại đang tầm 4 điều một cái, là giá cuối mùa á. Thứ hai là Essence of Infinity, cái này là cho IG build thì là top 2, mắc nhất là tới này, nhì là cái này đó. Cho cái nhỏ cũng vậy, mà thường thường là mắc hai này thôi. Grid thì nó sẽ có grid item thì sẽ có catalyst. Đi grid thì chắc chắn sẽ chỉ rất catalyst thôi. Catalyst thì hot nhất bây giờ vẫn là catalyst attribute với catalyst mana, hai loại. Thì catalyst mana thì sẽ là cái này, Nero catalyst nè. Tại vì đập cái cục, cái nhẫn grid á thì nó đập tới 50 cục này lận, nên em nhặt không giờ đủ hết, phải đi mua. thì mana là anh em nên nhặt Neural Catalyst, còn anh em chơi attribute thì nên nhặt cái attribute Catalyst và cái này Adaptive. Cái này thường có giá là 4 ẹt 6 ẹt một cái, 6 ẹt một cái nha, nên anh em nên nhặt cái này nhiều, cái này với cái mana, hai cái đó. Còn mấy kia anh em có thể được bỏ, cần thì anh em cứ lên Ava mua thôi. Grid đó, Blinter, Gridstone, Gridlink là những cái đồ Uniware, những cái món mà chỉ xuất hiện khi mà anh em đi grid thì lên đây coi. Ritual thì nó sẽ có Ritual item, thì tưởng là cái gì, đồng mùa sau thì sẽ mắc là cái tím mà khỏi nói rồi, bỏ qua đi. Odin Double King thì có thể từ 8 tới 10 đi đó. Comment kinh nghiệm thằng nào cũng phải có, thằng nào cũng sợ bị chết, trừ phi nó lên 99 rồi thì nó ok, nó bỏ cái này. Nhưng mà hiện tại có cheat để anh em lên level 100 nên có thể cái này anh em lúc đầu thì rất là cần, nhưng mà tầm từ tháng thứ 3 trở đi thì sẽ không cần, cái này sẽ bị hạ giá cực kỳ nhiều. Comment group lúc nào cũng cần rồi, anh em ngày group chắc cả trăm cái, mua liên cục, mua khùng mua điên luôn. Đó là mấy cái món hot mùa sau. Mấy omen tím thì thôi bỏ qua, dân chuyên nhập đồ mới đọc. Delirium thì lấy Megalodon là lấy bình mana nè, thì nó sẽ lấy dầu thì thường người ta đang chuyên dầu Delirium mod. Đây, thứ nhất là do Magic, thường là chơi Ritual sẽ đập Backside đó, full Backside. Đi Citadel đập full Waystone đây. Còn anh em chơi solo thì đập full tablet. Có anh em chuyên ngồi bán tablet á, có tôi thấy một ông ngồi bán 200 đì tiền tablet, ngày nào cũng vậy. Ông chỉ farm tablet thôi, đi vòng kiếm tablet, bán quá về tablet luôn. Xong rồi rất nhiều cái này Delirious nè, Taxi nè của Blinter thì dùng để đi gì ta, hao. Cái này đi hao, cái này cũng đi hao đó. Cộng mod cũng được luôn. Remonter thường người ta sẽ đập là một dầu này với hai dầu Remonter, hai này một cái này để đi grid. Còn mình thì mình chuyên Remonter luôn, không đi cái này. Cái này mình lấy tablet cộng một level mình nhồi vô rồi đó. Đi room sẽ rớt Expedition thì sẽ rớt cục này, cục xong với bình máu này chắc cũng mấy chục đì á, mắc lắm á, tại vì bây giờ người ta bơm siêu bằng bình này luôn nên nhiều tác dụng hơn bình mana. Mít to lắm rồi á. Nay mít bị gì á, không dám sửa hồi đó mất mít luôn á. Trước giờ live mà sửa mất mít luôn, khóc luôn á. Rồi. Alo, rồi tăng mic lên xíu nha. Bốn trăm rồi á. Rồi thì anh em nên lên kênh này đó, tôi gửi cho anh em hết rồi đó. Anh em nên lên đây để anh em coi trước nha, thì muốn sẽ update thêm content đây, anh em nên coi nó rớt cái gì để mùa sau anh em biết anh em đi nha. Thì tôi thấy đầu game thường nếu mà anh em không đầu tư nhiều thì đi chiều ốp trao để kiếm cái này là dễ đi nhất rồi, quá dễ rồi. Để lấy cái khiên này bán rất là nhiều tiền, tại hàng nào cũng cần mua hết, KV cũng cần, carry cũng cần, ai cũng cần mua cái này. Addon thì chắc tầm chung tuần thứ 2 bắt đầu tụi nó mới mua add-on nhiều, chứ bây giờ add-on chưa có giá trị nhiều đâu, tụi nó không có đủ ngọc để tụi nó chơi add-on đâu. Tầm tuần thứ 2 á, thì add-on sẽ có tác dụng. Còn cái này thì đầu tư một xíu, anh em phải đầu tư idol để đi. Cái này thì cần mạnh, khó, cái này cũng phải endgame mới đi được, chứ dễ nhất vẫn là Brit là đi dễ nhất. Brit là cứ đánh Brit xong rồi đánh con này để lấy cái này, nhưng mà thường mấy cái ông pháp sư đâu có chơi cái này đâu, nên kiểu đi cái này phế à, đi có không bán cho tụi kia lấy đì xong là đập vô đồ thôi. Ritual cũng dễ, Ritual cũng được nếu chăm. Thì chịu thôi, cái máy này phải chịu thôi. Đó, nếu chăm thì đi này, cái này là quốc dân rồi, ai cũng phải xài rồi. Nhưng mà tôi nghi nha, tôi nghi mùa sau sẽ nép cái beo này, nép còn xuống 60%, mé lên 80 luôn, beo bá quá. Đó, sẽ up cái beo Headhunter lên và nép cái beo này xuống, là tôi nghĩ là như vậy thôi. Tụi tôi bàn với nhau là cái beo này sẽ bị nép và Headhunter sẽ lên ngôi. Hiện tại cái POE 2 này nó khác POE1 là POE1 anh em có thể chơi solo, anh em kiếm tiền được, mà POE 2 anh em bắt buộc phải đi team, anh em muốn lớp nhiều anh em phải đi team, cho nên nó sẽ đầu tư về cộng đồng nhiều hơn. Anh em đi team càng nhiều thì lớp anh em sẽ càng cao. Cho nên Bread mùa trước Bread này đang là bá chủ, rất nhiều nhất, farm nhiều nhất. Bread có thể vừa farm đồ rất nhiều, farm đì, farm ẹt, farm chao, farm cả Universe. Đó là Bread đang là bá chủ, tại vì nó tập trung cho cộng đồng, đi đánh quái nhiều, đi theo team. Đó là Bread đang là bá chủ. Mùa sau này có thể thay đổi, có thể giảm quái Bread xuống rất ít hơn, giảm Bread nè, giảm con Mon lại nè, giảm Archibald lại, giảm cả Spark lại luôn. Cho nên bữa giờ training tụi tôi training băng với lửa không à, tụi tôi ít training điện lắm, điện sốc mạnh quá. Anh em thấy nhà chơi điện hết, cung cũng điện, Archibald đánh cũng đánh điện, cái gì cũng băng điện hết, nên nó sẽ nép. Mùa sau sẽ là thời kỳ của độc. Thấy đồ mới chưa? Đồ mới độc quá trời độc luôn. Tin tích gửi luôn rồi đó không? Nó chưa livestream nên chưa có thôi. Tin tích gửi hết rồi đó. Mùa sau là thấy độc lên, tại vì có bao tay độc rồi. Empyrean đây, nên coi hàng ngày nha. Empyrean là top của top luôn rồi, khỏi nói rồi, top 1 trong game này là Empyrean. Đây thì anh em nên coi trước mấy Twitter này, thì chắc là anh em không coi nhiều đâu, nhưng mà nên coi để biết. We'll take a look at the amazing builds from the community that have caught our attention. With this build by Kaltorak, you can delight in killing monsters by doing
absolutely nothing. No active skills, not even a block. So how does it work? The answer begins with Arctic Armor. This skill deals cold damage to enemies that hit you with melee attacks. A lot of work has gone into making it a primary skill. First, we have to enable the cold damage from Arctic Armor to inflict poison by using the Plague Finger unique gloves. Then you can simply invest in spell levels, cold damage and poison magnitude to plump up those damage numbers. To spread the poison to packs of enemies, Kaltorak is using Herald of Plague. This skill spreads the most damaging poison on an enemy to other nearby monsters. Combined with the Bursting Plague Gem, which detonates enemies in a burst of poison, this gives us the clearing ability required for the build to function. Of course, this build spends a lot of time getting hit, so it's important to invest heavily into defenses, especially Energy Shield. We can also make full use of using a finger to hit them ourselves. This extremely gimmicky build actually functions quite well, being able to clear tier 15 and tier 16 maps with relative ease. However, Kaltorak stresses that this build is strictly a silly goose time, with lots of shortcomings that could easily be solved by using actual skills, but where's the fun in that? We love this build because it's a great example of what can be
đó, nhiều build mới lắm, sẽ có đồ mới anh em coi để biết. Tầm 2 giờ live á. Rồi. Như nào ngon là phải phù hợp với build của ông thôi. Chùa Magic thì chỉ có một loại thôi là cộng IG build, nó sẽ up IG build anh em lên nhiều nhất có thể và nó ít hai cái ngọc đó lên. Ví dụ cái ngọc 3 dòng đi là có một cái dòng va lên với hai dòng bình thường thì nó ít 100% của cái này, ít 100% của add-on thì tăng 100% effect của cái ngọc lên, thì thay đó mình được 6 dòng. Còn mấy cái ông chơi 4 dòng hiện tại ngọc vàng á thì 4 dòng hơn lắm được 5 dòng thôi là bình thường, còn ngày được tới 6 dòng luôn, mà 6 dòng mà nó còn được những cái dòng mình mong muốn nữa, những cái dòng chuẩn nữa, cho nên là cực kỳ mạnh. Add-on này cực kỳ mạnh đó. Mấy anh em nào chơi IG build là bắt buộc phải lấy add-on để lấy IG build. Ví dụ một cái IG build thêm được 10 start đi là x2 lên là 20 start, mà 10 cục như vậy là 200 start rồi, là 200 start số đó, xong rồi còn nhân lên từ phần trăm nữa là rất là nhiều luôn đó. Và nó chỉ tập trung, ví dụ tập trung grid dam là x2 grid dam lên, grid chain x2 grid chain lên, nên add-on nó mạnh lắm. Nhưng mà kén ngọc phải tìm chết bà luôn á. Đã tìm được ngon rồi nó phải mát, tại vì ngọc xanh nó không có thể nào nó đập divide vô được, ngọc vàng đập được, hình như ngọc xanh không đập divide lên được, xong vào nên nó hơi khó căng rồi đó, mà vào lên đúng thứ mình cần nữa là điên luôn á. Nên một cái ngọc có tầm 40-50 đì một cái. Có chứ không? Có dùng omen chứ, phải dùng omen chứ. Nói chung là đồ nào mà gấp đôi vào lên, mà gấp đôi hoặc là gấp 3 lần giá omen thì mua omen đập hết cho tôi. Phải mua omen nhiều lên, đập bằng omen nhiều lên để cho mấy hàng duy tù có tiền. Auto ride. Rồi filter thì anh em nên tự viết nha anh em. Đây là cái filter để anh em nên tự viết chứ không có phải là đi lấy filter của người ta. Anh em coi chừng á, nhiều thằng nó cho filter xong rồi nó gỡ cục mia ra, gỡ cục mia nó không có hiện lên cho anh em đâu. Ok, để reset lại cái đang login nè, lâu quá. Rồi login xong rồi đó. Đây là cái filter, thì có nhiều filter tôi sẽ làm thêm, mấy kia tôi xóa hết rồi. Thì anh em phải có hai filter, một filter là để anh em chạy endgame, một filter dùng để anh em chạy level. Để hiện tại lên endgame, chắc ngày mai tôi có làm cái filter level nữa. Thì trong đây có rất là nhiều thứ anh em có thể xóa bớt đó, như anh em không cần ngọc gì đó, mà không cần lớp cái gì anh em xóa ra, như tôi xóa ra nè. Chứ anh em đừng có đi xin filter của người khác nha. Anh em nên tự viết đến cái mức độ mà chơi như thế này rồi anh em nên phải tự bỏ ra. Ví dụ anh em chơi tới cái đoạn đó anh em thấy là không cần nhặt vào nữa thì anh em tự vô đây anh em tích xóa vào đi. Anh em không có muốn thấy rego nữa, anh em vô đây tích xóa, thì theo mong muốn của mọi người muốn tích tới đâu thì nó xóa tới đó rồi. Thì cái này cần thời gian, mỗi ngày anh em update một tí thì nó sẽ ra được cái filter hoàn chỉnh cho anh em. Ngày xưa là tôi tự viết tay viết code, nhưng mà bây giờ có cái này rồi thì tôi mò được, thì đỡ phải viết đó. Giống như Uniware thì sẽ có chia loại nhiều loại Uniware, anh em thấy cái nào không ok anh em bỏ xuống tay ở khác, sau anh em hai nó, còn cái nào cần thì tôi sẽ bỏ anh tay ở A xong tôi show nó lên. Thì cái này là cần một cái khoảng thời gian dài, với lại anh em phải chơi nhiều cộng đồng nè, anh em biết được build nó làm sao, ông nội này không cần cái nón này sao thì anh em bỏ vô, như rùa bow nè, cái gón gold circuit anh em thấy không ai xài hết mà tụi quýt nó xài. Một cái gold circuit này nè là có mấy chục ẹt thôi, nhưng mà nếu mà va lên 30 spirit thì nó tầm 70 đì đó, kiểu vậy á. Cái rùa bow này không ai xài hết, nhưng mà nếu mà va lên được 290% thì nó tầm 20 đì, mà 300% thì nó tầm 60 đến 70 đì. Thì kiểu như vậy anh em phải chơi nhiều, anh em tự update filter anh em vô trong đây đó, cái nào cần không cần thì quăng xuống dưới, cái nào cần thì đẩy lên trên đó, thì tôi sẽ làm liên tục ở đây. Changing đó, như Stella Sapphire thì sẽ có phần luôn, và Heavy Bell để changing ra cái Headhunter. Thì hiện tại tôi xóa ra rồi, tôi méo muốn liên quan tới cái này nữa nên tôi không nhặt Heavy Bell, tôi chỉ nhặt Sapphire với Stella thôi đó. Nó bấm vô sẽ có hiệu ứng nè, có test nè, có background, có tùm lum hết, có thể sửa đổi trong đây luôn. Game hiện bao nhiêu, 19 trở lên, 20 trở lên, vô đây tự tích rất là ok lắm. Anh em vô đây anh em là ngồi anh em làm, tôi gửi link hết luôn rồi, khỏi phải đi xin người ta. Cái anh em chơi cái đâu anh em không cần cái gì, anh em vô anh em xóa ra tới đó, nó tự động xin vô cái tài khoản game của anh em. Và trong tài khoản game thì anh em nó sẽ tự động vô cái loot filter của anh em luôn, update thẳng vô luôn, là bao nhiêu cần tới bao nhiêu không cần á, vô đây tích bỏ hết. Gold thì cần hiện bao nhiêu trở lên nè, đó 2.500 gold là 5.000 trở lên này hiện, vô đây tích chọn hết luôn cho tôi nè, theo mong muốn mọi người. Linh bell đồ thì tự vô đây chen hết, nó sẽ chia ra là răng A, răng B, răng C nè không đó, rất là nhiều răng thì tôi đổi ra răng A, xong rồi những cái món tôi cần hiện, xong rồi tôi tích chọn là chỉ hiện rare, không hiện normal, không hiện magic, hiện 82 trở lên, trong đây có hết luôn nè, để đập đồ nè. Thì vô đây anh em cứ vô đây để sửa lại, cảm thấy rất là ok. Armor rồi luôn đó, cái nào cần đúng không, hiện tại cuối mùa rồi, mấy cái này không cần luôn, tôi tích đỏ hết, tôi chỉ lấy đúng mấy cái đồ energy thôi, energy shield thôi, tôi đắp vô là màu răng A, chỉ hiện răng A thôi đấy không. Đó là rất là nhiều cái rồi nó hiện, thì anh cứ vô đây mà ngồi coi tầm một ngày trời thôi, anh em sửa đổi từng ngày lại sẽ hiện. Quanh thì quanh gì nè, vũ khí gì hiện cũng chọn hết luôn, chọn tay hết đó. Last jam không muốn hiện thì vô đây tích xóa hết. Waystone thì đây, Waystone thì sẽ có special là những cái Waystone có delirium thì tích chọn vô đây. Normal thì đó chọn, không muốn rớt Waystone nào thì vô đây chọn thôi. Như mà tôi không muốn rớt 14 trở xuống thì vô tôi tích bỏ, tôi lấy 15 16 thôi đó. Thì chỉ việc tích bỏ xong tự xin vô tài khoản game anh em luôn, khỏi phải ngồi xin ai gì hết, cứ việc vô tự ngồi viết. Tablet đó, tablet thì trong đây có hiện nè. Tablet thì tôi chỉ muốn rớt ritual, rớt grid thôi, còn mấy kia tôi tắt bỏ hết, tôi không hiện. Cộng một level không hiện nè, thấy chưa. Delirium Expedition đó, boss không hiện, tôi để vô OC hết, tôi chỉ muốn hiện grid với ritual thôi. Blinter đó không, một cái trở lên hiện hay không, nó không tích bỏ. 2 cái trở lên nè, 3 cái nè, 10 cái trở lên, 25 cái trở lên thì nó sẽ hiện một cái màu khác, nó sẽ hiện một cái tiếng khác cho anh em luôn, thấy chưa, nó sẽ hiện cái tiếng khác đó. Thì anh em cứ chia ra là đồ tầm 10 ẹt trở xuống thì tiếng nó làm sao, trên 10 ẹt tiếng nó làm sao đó. Ultimatum thì tôi không đi mấy này nên tôi không thích chọn, tôi không thể chọn hết, trong đây là có hết cho anh em để chọn luôn đó. Jewel nè, ngọc thì tôi không nhặt ruby, tôi thích bỏ ruby, tôi chỉ lấy emerald sapphire thôi, anh em thấy không, rất là tiện. Vô game nó đâu giờ hiện ruby cho anh em nhặt bậy đâu, nó chỉ hiện hai này thôi. Nhưng mà đầu mùa anh em phải tự viết lại cái mới, còn bây giờ tôi đã ngồi tôi viết theo từng ngày, kiểu tôi quen rồi á. Đầu mùa tôi cứ reset cái này hết bằng không, xong rồi mỗi ngày tôi mỗi chơi tôi vô đây tab ra ngoài để tôi không cần thì tôi tích xóa, không cần thì tích xóa, chơi tới đâu xóa tới đó, nó sẽ ra đúng cái filter của anh em mong muốn, rất là khỏe luôn. Đúng rồi, ngày xưa là tụi tôi viết code đó, ông viết code đó, thì giờ viết code thấy mệt quá đó, với lại thiếu sót tùm lum thì lên đây lấy về, khi mà export ra thì có thể download code về sửa luôn cũng được. Thì ông kể chỉ tôi viết code rồi thì tôi nhìn vô tôi sửa cũng được luôn, có thể download về, có thể xin thẳng luôn game luôn, anh em cần thì download về đó. Nhưng mà thường filter nên tự làm, Giống như tôi ghét ông nào đúng không, tôi mà ghét ông nào cứ xin filter, mà có những người mà ghét đi, tôi nói ví dụ những người ghét, nó sẽ tích bỏ cái mirror, rồi xong nó gửi cho anh em đâu biết đọc code đâu, anh em đâu biết là trong đây có mirror hay không, nó không bao giờ hiện cái mirror lên, nó chỉnh cái mirror xuống tay E, xong rồi nó 2, rồi xong chơi từ đầu tới cuối không bao giờ thấy mirror rớt. Tôi gặp rồi nha, có mấy ông gửi filter cho tôi giấu mirror ra luôn nha. Đó, tôi ngồi tôi đọc lại tôi thấy cái đó nên tôi biết, nghĩa là tôi đã gặp rồi nên tôi nói, nên anh em nên tự viết thì nó chắc ăn hơn. Có mấy ông ghét lắm, mấy ông tắt mirror bỏ xuống ổ D, xong rồi mấy ông để ẩn mirror luôn, anh em chơi hết mùa cũng không bao giờ thấy mirror rớt hết. Đó. Rồi mấy này của tôi không có hoàn chỉnh, nó cứ update theo từng ngày cho nên nó không có gửi anh em được. Anh em cứ vô đây coi, tôi gửi trang web rồi, cứ lưu trang web lại dùm đi, xong rồi vô đây sửa mỗi ngày cho anh em, sửa Uniware cái nào hiện cái nào không hiện á thì xóa bớt ra. Đó, rule cái gì không muốn hiện thì nó tự xóa ra cho anh em luôn, rất là hay. Rule là không hiện là tôi không muốn hiện rule bất cứ rule nào hết thì tôi vô tích bỏ hết luôn, thấy không, tích bỏ hết, mà đầu game mà phải hiện nha, đầu game không nhặt rule là mớm luôn á anh em. Đó, đầu game thì cái này tôi sẽ reset hết để tôi ngồi tôi chạy, hoặc là tôi sẽ xếp trước rớt những cái món mà cần thì nó sẽ hiện tô lên cho tôi. Đó, thì anh em cứ vô đây để anh em làm filter cái này, add vô thẳng cái ID game trong của mọi người luôn, thì cứ vô đây làm sửa filter theo ý mong muốn của mình, không có phải viết code gì hết. Cái nào không cần tích xóa ra thôi, cứ ngồi gặp kỹ một xíu, không cần cái gì thì tích xóa ra. Không muốn đồ Uniware thì nó tất cả Uniware nó hiện trong đây hết cho anh em luôn nè. Đó, anh em không thích cái gì anh em cứ việc kéo nó xuống tire khác, nguyên anh em bỏ hết nó vô cái đống tire mà anh em không muốn hiện, sau anh em bấm 2, còn cái nào muốn hiện anh em bấm show lên. Đó, cái nào mà đồ xịn đồ có giá trị thì để cái tiếng khác, đồ không có giá trị đồ bình thường á để vào á để tiếng khác, để màu khác. Đó, giống như là có cái tôi thiếu cái athemic đây, hai valley top multiple nó đang nằm ở chứ, hai valley top multiple đây, athemic green nè. Đó, show hiện lên, tích chọn hiện lên dùm cái, xong rồi sell lại, up lên POE. Đó, nhanh chóng gọn gàng vậy thôi, up lên là xong rồi đó, là trong game mình có luôn rồi đó. Vô đây sửa, cứ vô sửa mỗi ngày, sửa từ từ thôi, cho nên dù sửa sai thì cũng là mọi người sai chứ không có đi đổi thừa cái filter ông này filter ông kia được, cứ vô sửa từ từ thôi, không muốn hiện cái gì á. Ví dụ linh đây, đó có mấy cái nè chỉ hiện đúng, tôi muốn hiện linh đúng không, linh thì tôi chọn đây, nó hiện cho tôi read linh, parametric linh chứ atomic linh, ba loại thì cái này tôi sẽ bỏ xuống răng B, tôi không muốn hiện cái atomic linh nữa, tôi chỉ muốn hiện read với parametric thôi. Thì đó, xong rồi export save lại xong. Đó, nhưng mà cái embedded link Uniware là phải có nha, đó là những cái high value, cái đó là mấy mia á nè, trong game này nó sẽ không có hiện cho anh em phải tích chọn. Đó, tích chọn multiple bay nè, cái này tôi không cần, đó tôi tắt xuống, đọc nhớ đọc nha, mấy cái này không cần bỏ xuống. Bot group, đó mấy cái này không cần luôn, bỏ luôn, rồi mấy không cần là tắt hết. Thường thường là S tire A tire được thôi. 30 phút nữa bé ơi. Đó, cứ update theo mỗi ngày thôi. Đó, 4 mấy giây trước cứ vô sửa từ từ thì tôi sẽ tạo cái filter mới. Đây là tạo filter mới nè, xong rồi chọn shop là lista, là dùng cái shop. Rồi ok, sau khi chọn shop thì bắt đầu customize lại nó, thì cái này tôi sẽ sell lên filter name là level short stress. Public hay private cũng được. Nếu mà tôi để public, anh em có thể vô trang chủ POE, anh em bấm tên của tôi thì anh em có thể lấy được filter của tôi nha. Nếu tôi public thì hiện tại tất cả tôi đều public hết, nhưng mà tôi sẽ không nói cho anh em là nó nằm ở đâu. Anh em phải tự vô trang chủ, anh em bấm cái tên nhân vật của tôi đây đó, vậy vô trang chủ POE nè. Đó, anh em vô phần home mạc cao đây, nó sẽ có cái item filter đó. Anh em cứ chọn là sẽ có tên Huỳnh Thiên Ân nè, không đó, có một follower là có một người đang dùng filter của tôi đó, thì tôi sẽ để public hết tất cả filter của tôi, nhưng mà tôi sẽ không nói anh em là ở đâu. Anh em phải tự vô trang chủ, anh em cứ bấm tên nhân vật của tôi thì nó sẽ ra filter cho anh em, tại vì tôi không khuyến khích dùng filter của tôi nha. Tại filter tôi là chuyên đi read, mà tôi đã loại bỏ ra những cái món mà không cần thiết rất là nhiều luôn. Có những cái filter tôi cầm KV tôi không nhặt add luôn đó, nó chỉ hiện đúng trao thôi, cho nên là anh em xài đó sẽ rất là bị lỗ. Anh em nên tự viết nó sẽ hay hơn. Rồi qua đây là bên shop xin. Rồi F5 số đó, hai cái là một cái là Thiên Ân để cuối mùa này đang xài, một cái là Level Shop sẽ xếp update trong đây, update filter trong đây đó. Thì ngày mai tôi sẽ ngồi tôi viết lại hết. Thường hiện tại cái filter Level Shop để đây đi, cái tầm mai là tất cả nó hiện hết đó. Thì ngày mai tôi sẽ ngồi tôi lọc bớt, không hiện cái gì xuống cái gì, thì trong lúc level tôi sẽ vừa đi tôi sẽ vừa sửa trong đây luôn, nó sẽ sửa liên tục. Đi tới đâu tôi sẽ sửa tới đó. Ví dụ qua act 1 thì cái gì tôi sẽ biết được cái món nào không cần thiết, giống như là qua act 1 thì luôn thì mấy cái nào ta, mấy cái game đó tôi sẽ lược bỏ hết mấy cái game level thấp đó, mấy cái khách game level thấp tôi sẽ lược bỏ hết, tôi sẽ lấy level cao thôi, lấy từ bao nhiêu trở lên thôi để cho nó dễ á đó. Tôi sẽ lược bỏ đi tới đâu lược bỏ tới đó. Tại vì bữa giờ team tôi training thì tầm 15 tiếng là tụi tôi đi được tay 15 rồi, 15 tiếng nha là may mắn á. Còn có những anh em nước ngoài chạy tầm 12 tiếng là level lên tay 15 được rồi. Còn team tôi là không mua bán đồ gì hết, chỉ việc chơi tới đâu mua đồ tới đó, mua đồ của trong game tới đó, không mua đồ trên chay luôn. Thì tầm 15-16 tiếng thì tôi sẽ hoàn thành tier 15 của game. Nghĩa là ngày đầu tiên tụi tôi phải end game rồi đó. Nhưng mà mấy bữa đó tụi tôi sẽ không livestream, tôi sẽ livestream trên Discord. Anh em cần thì cứ vô Discord để coi, nhưng mà tôi sẽ tắt mic để tôi chạy theo team của tôi, thì lúc đó là sẽ chạy team. Thì tầm 15 tiếng 16 tiếng là sẽ full tier 15. Coi ở đâu thì tôi sẽ có link cho mọi người luôn. Đây là một cái team đang chạy video đã xem. Video xem bên cái khác. Vô Discord, cái Discord tôi lưu trên link Discord đó, newbie cần biết. Đây kênh của ông này, đây tour. Thì anh em vô đây coi để training, từ giờ tới ngày đó anh em phải training thành công. Đây Spark nha, level 1 tu tier 15 trong vòng 12 tiếng. Người ta đã làm được thì mình phải làm được, thấy chưa đó. Level minion with level 1 tu tier 15 trong vòng 13 tiếng đó. Cung điện level 1 tu tier 15 trong vòng 12 tiếng. Có bao nhiêu nó sẽ có hết, anh em vô ngồi coi. Đây cái team đang chạy đó, thì vô đây học để coi cách của người ta chạy level qua những con boss nào, bỏ những cái gì. Thì thường đa phần anh em chơi game tới bây giờ, anh em nào level cũng rồ lắm rồi đó. Quan trọng là sau khi cái mức đó thì tới end game thì trong vòng 3 tới 4 tiếng anh em phải đi được tier 15 đó là cách của nó. Thì anh em phải hiểu cái nhân vật đó cực kỳ sâu, hiểu cái nhân vật đó thì check POE cái. Để bật POE lên cái nhà. Bây giờ tôi training nhiều lắm, người chạy mười mấy con luôn rồi á, training cho mấy ngày đầu á. Cho nên ví dụ anh em nào hỏi mà chạy team thì tụi tôi đang ngại, hiểu không? Tại vì sợ anh em theo không kịp team. Đúng rồi, chạy solo, tất cả anh em tụi tôi chạy solo hết, chạy solo nha, không team gì hết. Nghĩa là anh em solo anh em phải giỏi sẵn rồi, anh em phải đi mượt rồi, thì lúc đó anh em đi team sẽ có một ngày để tụi tôi hợp team, đang có hợp team chạy luôn, thì nó sẽ nhanh hơn rất rất là nhiều đó. Những con boss cuối tụi tôi chơi đến cái mức là tụi nó không chạm được vào người luôn á, là training đến mức đó, dù đánh thắng rồi hay gì tụi tôi vẫn phải training lại, đánh qua đánh lại con đó, đánh hoài luôn. Sau khi tôi đã chạy 150 lần cái con mà trưởng độc á, phóng độc ở cái ạc 3 đó, rồi có nguyên cái 150 lần cái con đó, thì bây giờ nó không chạm được vào người tôi nữa. Em hiểu chạy 150 lần con đó không? Chạy khùng chạy điên luôn. Khi mà nó gần chết rồi tôi sẽ cancel để tôi chạy tiếp, là đứng không đánh luôn để nó đánh mình, cô biết từng phay luôn. Chạy mà đến mức mà tụi nó không chạm được vô mình luôn á. Ngồi một đêm 4-5 tiếng chỉ chạy đúng con đó thôi, tại con đó là cảm giác con đó là con khó qua nhất, one shot. Tại đối với bên khác thì tôi không biết, còn đối với bên con sóc á thì đụng con đó đụng cái chết à. Cho nên là phải training cực kỳ giữ cái con đó, đi mượt luôn á. Bữa giờ anh em thấy tôi không livestream không làm gì hết là toàn ngồi training không á. Training vừa chạy team vừa chạy cái này, anh em phải theo kịp nha. Thứ nhất là ít nhất là cũng phải, ví dụ cái này chạy 12 tiếng anh em phải chạy tầm 15-16 tiếng, chứ anh em chạy mà nguyên một ngày hoặc là 3 ngày anh em mới xong campaign là coi như thua rồi đó, thua mùa rồi đó. Này đây là cái kênh cực kỳ hay nha, anh em vô đăng ký nè. Đó, chưa đăng ký tôi đăng ký bằng cách khác. Cái game captor đây là con solo tôi chạy 16 tiếng rồi, chưa quen. Con này tôi chạy 16 tiếng rồi và đang chạy ở tay âm 10 7 ra 10 gì á, là tôi chạy hết 16 tiếng con này, từ đầu game tới cuối game solo nha, solo, cho nên là sẽ không hiện đồ của người khác. Đây là con solo nè, nó không hiện cái gì hết, chơi solo trên mình hết luôn. Cất quay phone vô đây, đó là đang chạy 16 tiếng, chạy phê luôn. Hiện tại bây giờ con này có thể đánh được tay 10 tay 12 rồi á, nhưng mà chưa có map, chơi để quen thôi, chơi để quen biết cảm giác để chơi. Là training thì training xong thì tôi sẽ xóa nó, chứ chơi nhiều lắm. Bây giờ là phải training nha anh em, làm gì làm phải training chạy campaign nha, đừng có ỷ là mình biết rồi vậy ơi, tới lúc đó chạy bị vụt chân nữa đó. Coi này nè, đu là chạy chắc 7-80 con rồi đó, chơi tất cả các class, tất cả các hệ luôn, băng xét lửa điện chơi hết luôn. Là ngồi training với tôi chỉ tôi rất là nhiều cái. Và khi mà anh lên level anh em bắt buộc phải có cái khiên nha, cái khiên này cực kỳ quan trọng để đánh boss. Khi mà đánh boss anh em không bị nó sợ one shot á, dựng khiên lên, lúc nào cũng vậy, dựng khiên lên là được. Nó vừa tăng block, có những cái khiên block 50% là, và anh em dựng khiên lên là coi như anh em bất tử. Cái chích tụi tôi chạy là lúc nào đi level cũng phải cầm cái khiên trong người đó, cầm cái khiên trong người là đỡ hết tất cả mọi thứ cho anh em. Lock cực kỳ quan trọng. Nãy mới đánh rất hai cục này vậy. tầm 19 phút nữa là sẽ coi. Bữa nay hiện tại là không có bắt nốt nha anh em, bắt nốt là phải tuần sau mới có bắt nốt. Hiện tại là chỉ là coi là mùa mới sẽ có content mới gì, sẽ có content gì thôi, sẽ có cái gì mới, có lát gì mới, cái gì hay, nói chung là sàm sàm thôi đó. Bữa nay chỉ coi sàm sàm thôi, chưa có chính thức. Để vô coi check coi. Có link không ta? Để kiếm link cho anh em nha. Rồi kiếm link cho anh em nha. Véo đâu? Link đâu? Link đâu? Xài gì không anh em, cái gửi này không anh em không có link. Nên bây giờ anh em muốn coi anh em phải vô Path of Elite của Tích nha. Sau khi vô Path of Elite của Tích rồi thì chờ. Tới lúc đó thì ngồi F5 lại refresh thôi. Chờ nha anh em, tôi cũng đang ngồi chờ đó. Không biết là tôi restream lại trên đây có bị ban YouTube không nha. Thì hên xui nha, tôi chơi chung với anh em hên xui luôn. Được rồi. Nhà. Viên này bao nhiêu ta? Viên add-on đúng không? Diamond. Form nothing. Chay. Tất cả content vô đây anh em ngồi đã coi nha. Quan trọng là mấy cái shrine này nè, có mấy cái mà búp ẩn anh em phải coi. Thường thường có một cái loot này anh em phải bỏ nha. Đây form loot to gold nè, tất cả item drop cần vào to gold này em thấy không, thì thường thường cái này nó sẽ hiện bên góc trái trên cùng trên game của anh em, thì anh em phải tắt bỏ cái này chứ không anh em đánh là nó sẽ rớt gold không á. Thì cái này là gọi là bad book, anh em phải bỏ. Thứ nhất là bỏ cái này, thứ hai là cái rớt cục lửa xuống, bỏ cái này. Đó là những cái bad book bỏ xuống để đỡ lắc. Coi ké Empyrean, má coi ké Empyrean trong đây là ban luôn. Coi trên tích restream lại không bị ban, chứ mà coi Empyrean là bị ban luôn đó. Mớm luôn đó nha. Empyrean. Để chuyển qua cái thằng này có premium để không bị quảng cáo. Đây premium nha. Empyrean đang chờ nè. Tích TV Path of Elite có rồi á. Tích TV Path of Elite. Đây. Empyrean đằng sau tôi vậy nha. Rồi. Spark thuần sóc hay là Spark Gambling carry team 6 ngon, cái nào cũng ngon đó. Cái nào cũng được ông ơi. Quan trọng là ngân sách đầu tư của ông thôi. Đã Spark rồi là sẽ carry được team 6. Dù đồ ông có xì quách tới mức nào chăng nữa, con Spark nó quá mạnh rồi, nó phải nép. Spark ông đồ ông cầm 50 đì là ông đủ carry team 6 rồi. Spark nó quá mạnh. Mà bữa giờ theo tôi đánh cặp á, nếu mà tôi đánh và có cooler đi chung thì nó sẽ là tôi cầm sóc bắn từ từ, cầm one. Còn hiện tại ông Dudu chơi á, chơi tôi, ông Dudu cầm carry, tôi cầm cooler, thì ông sẽ cầm cây cung. Ông cùng sóc nhưng mà cầm cây cung, tại vì cây cung đó ông gắn vô đam ông cũng đã 1,5 triệu rồi. Còn nếu mà không có chơi cung, ổng chơi one thì cây one của ổng thì 3 triệu đam, thì 1,5 triệu là dư sức rồi. đam tôi có 300.000 tôi carry team 6 bình thường. Hồi lúc đó đam tôi có 150.000 tôi còn carry team 6 được mà. Thì triệu mấy như mấy ông đó là hơi thoải mái rồi. Con Spark nó quá mạnh, anh em chỉ việc lên magnitude cao thôi là one shot tất cả mọi thứ. Đầu game chơi gì cũng được hết ông ơi, con gì cũng được, nói thiệt dễ lắm. Vừa coi em ghi hình vừa coi tích coi cả hai luôn. 1 phút nữa nha. Nó sẽ nép Herald of ai, nó sẽ nép Herald of Thunder, nó sẽ nép con Spark, nó sẽ nép con sóc, nó sẽ nép rất là nhiều luôn. Có lên không, vui mà. Không, tại vì tụi tôi chơi theo kiểu ha, game nào tôi cũng chơi theo kiểu ha hết, nhưng mà kiểu mà tôi sẽ đi trước để cho mấy ông thấy là tới cái mức đó mấy ông phải làm cái gì, kiểu nó không có bị bỡ ngỡ á. Ví dụ tới thằng đó giờ đó làm cái gì, giờ tôi lên làm cái gì thì check lại của tôi thôi. Mà ha, ông nào cũng ha đó, thiệt trong fanlist tôi ông nào cũng ngồi training nhiều lắm, training vui lắm. Cảm giác là nguyên cái văn phòng chạy của tôi ngày nào vô chửi thề á. Chửi thề đánh con boss chết, chửi thề hoài luôn á. Đánh mấy con cuối ạt á chết, xong rồi đi bị quái ghe đập chết, đang đi cầm ben bị mấy con quái ghe có hét á nó biến lại kế bên nó gõ chết, ngồi chửi thề chửi vui lắm. Mà vui, quan trọng chơi game là phải vui chứ anh em, chứ đâu có phải gì nặng nề đâu. Tại vì tôi thuần về chơi của tôi sẽ thiên hướng chuyên về chuyên nghiệp á, chơi chuyên á, nên tôi sẽ training nhiều hơn. Tôi phải có đầu tư kiến thức, đầu tư đồ. Chơi đồ mới, chơi đồ lâm á. Trong bóc nép dữ quá. Trong bóc hiện tại đi team 6 không dám mở trong bóc, mở trong bóc là đồng đội chết hết, cho nên rất là hạn chế mở trong bóc luôn. Nó phải búp trong bóc lên một tí, và trong bóc nó nổ dữ quá, mấy anh em không biết chơi, thường kéo level toàn anh em không biết chơi không à, anh em lại ôm cái trong bóc xong rồi nó nổ chết rất là nhiều luôn. Thường mở trong bóc là chắc chắn sẽ có anh em trong team chết, nên hạn chế, tụi tôi méo dám mở trong bóc luôn. Nghề hot nè, Reed nghề hot, Ritual nghề hot, Chiều of Zemekat nghề hot. Còn nghề hot trên TFT nhiều nhất không phải là Chiều of Zemekat mà là Chiều of Chao, để tụi nó săn addon rất là nhiều. Để nó săn addon, cái này cũng nhiều tiền lắm á. Cái này tôi mua 2 cái khiên lận đó, khiên cũng tốn tiền luôn. Nãy đi 2 cái còn đúng 10 giây luôn, còn đúng 10 giây cuối á, không nhặt kịp là mất á. Là có giá trị hay không? Là có giá trị không? Medium. Được 20 trao receipt. Cái này chừng 5 đẹp nè, nhưng mà medium. Cái nào có giá trị không ta? Đi, đi. Thôi thôi, thôi dẹp bà đấy. Medium good hả? Hai tháng đầu mùa. Còn 6 phút nữa anh em ơi. Một tháng hả? Hên xui không ơi. Chết thôi.
That's pretty. He had 5 of you.
Thôi bây giờ nha, tôi vẫn sẽ để livestream minh tích, nhưng mà tôi sẽ coi Emiration nha anh em. Tôi sẽ cho anh em coi Emiration, được không? Xong rồi tôi sẽ dịch lại sang tiếng Việt cho anh em nha, tại vì tôi ghiền coi Emiration quá.
That's what happens. That's why mirrors are 200 div in like day 3.
This update.
Bốn phút nữa anh em ơi. Bốn phút nữa anh em ơi. Cà phê đã quá, đẹp quá. Nói hiệu ứng effect kìa. Trời, effect kìa. Nhìn đã ra. Quay ngược thời gian. Đó, quay ngược thời gian. Rồi sao làm thêm con này mới được. Có đâu, tháng cũng được. lạ quá ta. Rồi lên web thôi, bao nhiêu phút nữa vậy? 2 phút nữa. 2 phút nữa anh em ơi. Anh em nên để một cái tab tích nha anh em. Rồi treo tới sáng nha anh em, tắt tiếng cũng được. Treo tới sáng này để anh em lấy skin. Anh em liên kết tích vô cho anh em chưa? Đây nè, đây. Momo cao. Cao. Đây. Tích đâu ta? Nè tích nè, anh em phải liên kết tích vô nha anh em. Liên kết cái tích vô nha. Liên kết tích vô thì anh em coi thì nó mới được quà view reward ở đây nè. Đó, bây giờ mình sẽ coi tích. Coi như 2 tiếng đúng không? Xong rồi nó sẽ có quà đây cho anh em. Liên kết tích vô. Rồi giờ tôi sẽ coi tích. Đó, thì nó sẽ được quà. Sẽ được skin nha. Go go go. Tiếng rồi anh em thấy ok hết chưa? Tiếng của website, tiếng của tôi. Cần gì nói để chỉnh luôn nha, chứ hồi nó vô là không chỉnh được nữa đâu á. Đó, lát vô coi thì tôi sẽ tắt mic của tôi nha. Còn người nói tôi sẽ bắt cộng lên lại, tôi sẽ để bút tôi tóc nha.
Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Welcome to GGG Live. Well, it's been a little over 3 months since we launched Early Access, so it's about time for our first major content update. Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, which launches on April 4th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Executioner's Guillotine finisher effect. Now in today's stream, we're going to take you on a deep dive into the new Dawn of the Hunt update.
New class, new ascendancy for existing class, character system improve, endgame improvement, new endgame content. 5 cái nha, last mới, assistant mới và endgame content mới, 3 cái quan trọng nhất nha anh em.
Now we have a lot to cover today, so let's get started with a trailer for Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt.
We as Mary are guided by the Spirit. It provides prey, shelter, even love. But for me, one day, all that were changed. The Spirit, it showed me something. Something forbidden. And to defend all I loved, I used it. I lost everything that day.
Lát mới à?
But fate weren't finished with me yet. I'll right the wrongs I've done. I'll do what I must, no matter the cost. I will hear the Spirit once more.
Cháy à, trời biến kìa. Chiêu thương nữa cái con mà ba, cái chiêu mà tôi luyện 150 lần á. Đù. Ngon á, ngon á.
I shall bathe in your blood.
Một 100 Unique mới. Đẹp á, chiêu đẹp á, anh em thấy đẹp đúng không? Ổn quá nha.
Now, as you can see, in Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the first new class since early access to POE 2, the Huntress. The Huntress is a spear-wielding Asmeri warrior. Born into a society with strict traditions, she was exiled from her homeland after using the power of a skill gem to defend her village. As a dexterous spear user, she specializes in both melee and ranged combat, dashing into and out of battle. Spears have extended range and a short dash, but unlike other melee weapons, you can also throw them. In order to make a hybrid ranged and melee character work, we had to do a lot of thinking about ways to make it fun to both enter and exit melee range. The first skill you will get as a Huntress is Whirling Slash. As well as striking in a circle around you, this skill creates a whirlwind that blinds your enemies. Leaving the whirlwind will make it explode. The more Whirling Slash is used, the bigger the whirlwind, and the bigger the explosion. Once you're out of there, you'll want to follow up with something ranged. Whip your spear around to shoot twisters towards your foes. These twisters bounce off walls and can hit enemies multiple times. You can also throw twisters inside a whirlwind to shoot out extra tornadoes that do way more damage. In her offhand, the Huntress will usually want to hold a buckler, which allows you to do a new skill, parry. While holding down parry, your character will counterattack any incoming attack from monsters near you, stunning them. In addition, the monsters will take extra attack damage from your follow-up strike. Some specific skills are designed to be used after a parry and have extra effects. Disengage is a skill that does a quick jump back, damaging enemies in front of you, and it can be used to interrupt other actions, like dodge roll. If you use it against a parried enemy though, it causes an explosion.
Lên endgame sao đỡ bay?
Frenzy charge.
Quá đi theo đàn sao đỡ bay?
Just be careful. If you parry too much, you're gonna get stunned and possibly killed. You can combine this combo with Whirling Slash. Slash, parry, disengage, and you'll get an explosion from the disengage and the Whirling Slash. The Huntress also has a variety of elemental spear throw attacks. You could use Lightning Spear to bounce lightning between your foes. Or you could throw explosive spears into the ground. These spears take a while to detonate, but when they do, they'll incinerate anyone caught in the blast. All spear throws on the Huntress can also be empowered by frenzy charges. For example, explosive spears will do an even larger explosion and leave fire on the ground. And these empowered versions can activate even more combos. Using Whirling Slash over ground
Cái này lấy chạc của mấy con mon đồ nè, lấy chạc thì cho cái chiêu mạnh hơn nè.
Using twisters inside a fire whirlwind will shoot out fire tornadoes as well. And you can do similar combos with ice and lightning too. Now, a key aspect of hunting is exhausting your foes by causing blood loss. This skill is Rake, which dashes towards your target and unleashes a deadly slash, opening up wounds on your enemies. Follow up with Disengage and watch them bleed out as they run towards you. On the health bar of monsters, you can see how much blood loss the enemy has experienced, and the Huntress has skills to take advantage of this. For example, using Blood Hunt will thrust forward and cause a bloody explosion. The more blood loss, the bigger the explosion. If you want to cause bigger bleeds, try out Rapid Assault. The final hit of this multi-hit combo will stick a spear into your enemy for a big bleed. Now, explosive spear and rapid assault both result in leaving spears behind, either in the ground or in enemies. But there are other skills that leave spears around too, like Storm Lance, that leaves an electrical spear that arcs towards enemies. But what can you do with all these spears? Detonate them, of course. Thunderous Leap will allow you to jump onto and explode any spears, either in the ground or in your enemies. Now, as well as hunting animals,
Múa nhiều quá bay.
also has the ability to work
Múa quá
with them.
múa.
While fighting any beast, you have the ability to tame it and use it as a companion. You can only have one companion at a time, but it will keep the mods that were on it. Try to find a rare beast with good mods to take full advantage of your ability
Lụm
to
một con
tame it.
re.
Now, this is just the beginning of the Huntress. We've really tried to make the hybrid ranged and melee gameplay work for this class by having a huge amount of synergy between ranged and melee options. There are 22 new skills available for the Huntress. By endgame, you'll be slinging hundreds of insanely powerful spears, sending forth spirit animals and summoning the might of Solaris from the sky.
Như tao mới thấy Herat of Thunder đúng không anh em?
But we still haven't talked about ascendancy classes yet. What can the Huntress ascend into? Well, the first ascension class you could choose is the Ritualist. The Ritualist has embraced the darker side of his merry traditions by
Hình như thấy nó dùng Herat of Thunder đúng không?
and plague. The Corrupted Life Force skill causes all enemies around you to grow volatile blood boils on their skin. When those enemies are slain, the boils will burst, spreading corrupted blood to all enemies around them. The Ritualist
Đánh rớt cả
also
máu,
excels
lượng
in
máu.
taking advantage of magical
Cộng thêm một linh hả?
The
À,
unfurled finger
what
skill
the
allows you
hell?
to equip an additional ring on a finger around your neck.
Dạ, một cái linh 400 đì, xong rồi mua hai cái linh mia bỏ vô.
All the rings and amulets you have equipped. Now, this is one of my favorites. As the Whispers Ask grants you a new skill, Ritual Sacrifice. Use the skill on the corpses of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood, to give you one of their modifiers for a short time.
Short time là bao nhiêu time? 20 giây hả?
Into Ritualistic Sacrifice with As the Whispers Demand, which allows you to perform that skill on yourself instead of a corpse. Cut your own hand, sacrificing some of your own blood to empower yourself.
Tôi thấy nó hơi phế
Amazon
phế anh
Ascension
em
is
ơi.
for those looking to hunt more than just beasts. Trained as an elite guard to the most important Asmeri elders, the Amazon will use more traditional fighting techniques mastered to perfection. The Predatory Instinct skill will cause you to reveal weaknesses in the defenses of rare and unique enemies, causing you to deal more damage. You can see those weak spots represented on their life bars. While using Elemental Infusion, any charges you consume will infuse your weapon with elemental power, causing any projectile attacks to explode on impact. The Critical Strike skill is as simple as it sounds. It takes your excess accuracy and gives it to you as critical strike chance. Additionally, you have skills like Mystic Harvest, which allows your elemental damage to leech life, and as Mary Brew to be able to use either flask to restore both life and mana. So those are the two new ascendancies for the Huntress, but those are not the only ascendancies in Dawn of the Hunt. We've added a new ascension class for 3 of the other existing classes too. First up, for our warriors out there.
Warrior
Smith
ADC
Katana.
mới.
The warrior is a blacksmith in origin, taught by his father Renly. With this ascension, you can take your smithing skills to new heights by embracing power from the insatiable one himself, Kitava. Smiths of Kitava are master blacksmiths and have the ability to forge their weapon, quite literally. Using the Against the Anvil notable skill, you can enhance your weapon with fiery destruction before any battle. After doing so, your attacks will release explosions on hit for maximum devastation. You can also use the power of Kitava to summon an animated copy of your weapon to fight alongside you. A great blacksmith can do more than just forging their weapon.
Bựa quá,
Armor can be
không
enhanced
khéo
too.
được đâu.
Now you might think this ascendancy class tree looks a little abnormal, and you're right. There's a lot of notable skills all disconnected at the bottom there. By taking this point here, which is free to assign, your character is unable to equip body armors with mods of any kind. So your body armor must be normal. Sounds like a downside, right? Except now in true blacksmith fashion, you get to craft your own body armor by taking those disconnected notables with your points. If you want your body armor to grant life, take this notable. If you want resistances, take this one. There's so many choices. Think of it like you're crafting your own body armor, just in a more literal sense. Now, let's move on to those who prefer the reassuring feel of a crossbow in their hands, the Mercenary. Alongside the existing
Mercenary.
ascension classes, the Gemling Legionnaire and the Witch Hunter, you can now play as the Tactician. The Tactician is a former Blackguard elite. Free from the duties of a blackguard, he is able to use his training to decimate the monsters of Rayclast and earn a healthy income doing so. This training comes in the form of various skills like suppressing fire, which causes all projectiles to pin enemies. When combined with the right where we want them notable, your pin not only stops your enemies from moving, but stops them from performing actions too, similar to freeze. With a soldier's training, the tactician also works well cooperatively.
Boss mới anh em ơi.
Using the whoever pays best notable, you can place multiple banners at once.
Boss mới anh em ơi.
Do it skill gives a portion of your weapon's damage to your
Dạ
allies
ạc
as well.
mới á. Anh em trên đinh ạc này chắc sẽ có ạc mới nha. Sẽ có cái vùng mới hoặc là nó update thêm á.
Unleash hell and carpet an entire area with arrows. Finally, witch players will be able to join their legions by becoming undead themselves. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the Lich Ascension class. The Lich is a master of chaos and curses and could sacrifice her life to enhance her energy shield. The Crystalline Phylactery skill allows you to nominate a jewel in which to contain part of your soul, massively increasing its power. There's just one downside to splitting your soul this way though. If you have no energy shield, your mana costs will shoot up. The Necromantic Conduit skill causes you and allies in your presence to have unholy might, granting extra damage as chaos damage. Rupture the soul makes
Ghiền mấy ông nội già ghiền. Mấy ông ghiền già ghiền minion lắm. Khái.
It's safe to say you'll be the true master of the occult by choosing the Lich class. So Dawn of the Hunt has the Huntress and 5 new Ascension classes, but it doesn't end there. Let's take a look at some of the new skills we've added. Now you may remember we've previously talked about the Raised Spectre skill. It's finally complete and it will be made available in the upcoming
Bắt đầu đam trao xuất hiện nhiều nè anh em.
found the occult skills on the skill gem crafting panel. Raised Spectre is a skill that allows you to trap the soul of almost any monster in the game, which you can then summon in the skill panel. Spectres cost spirit and will revive automatically if they die, but the spirit cost varies based on the power of the monster. You could summon an army of weaker monsters, or a few of the more powerful monsters.
Rồi mấy ông già khoái lắm, mấy ông già khoái trên minion lắm.
Or summon exclusively spectres. It's all up to you and how you want to customize your army of the undead. Given that there are hundreds upon hundreds of monster variants in Path of Exile 2, it's safe to say you'll be experimenting with this one for a while. We look forward to seeing which monsters serve you best. Now let's move on to our next skill. Since we've been talking about summoning undead so much, let's have a change of pace and summon something a little more alive. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding the Summon Rower skill. Summon your friendly rower to aid you in
Bắt
combat
đầu
as a
cưỡi được rồi nè.
You can also mount your rower in combat at any time, allowing you to move at full speed even while shooting arrows or throwing spears. Be wary though, if you take too much damage while riding your mount, you can be knocked off and get overwhelmed. It's worth keeping an
Nếu mà
eye
nhận nhiều đam quá là té nha. Đó, té bị tuôn nha, là chết nha.
on the topic of new ways to enhance your character.
Có thể mạnh, có thể bóp nha.
Support gems are used to modify your skill gems in meaningful and interesting ways. Currently, we feel that a lot of builds have insufficient options here. To alleviate this, we're adding over 100 new support gems. Hema crystals will enable a new kind of bleed build, turning the damage over time you would have done into explosive Vile crystals. Alignment is a support gem for bow attacks, which can reward skilled players with good positional skills. Caltrops will allow you to litter the battlefield with hazards, slowing your foes as you fling spears through their ranks. But there's plenty more for every playstyle, such as Enormity.
Búp minion rồi. Búp attack rồi. Không có búp spell nha.
Retaliate. Syzygy. Yep, that's a real word. And many more. Now we've talked about a new class, new ascendancy classes, new skills, and new support gems. But let's not forget about the core of a true action RPG, the items. To start with, let's talk about uniques. We're adding over 100 new unique items.
Hơn 100 unique mới.
Make sure to add uniques with a focus on mid and end game tiers to make sure there are more exciting items to find for higher level characters. Let's look at some examples. Embrace your inner devil with Chernobog's Pillar. It grants you a large
1% đam, Aspire đam, bơm 1% lên chủ đốc.
The coming
Chụp lóc.
calamity allows you to become a true master of the elements.
Lên 3 cái Herald up luôn.
Elemental herald skills without costing
37
any
element reset.
At the
Ngon
same
vậy?
time, it
Áo
penalizes
cháy
any
đây.
instances.
Áo ngưng 3 cái Herald luôn kìa.
Wastegate is a belt useful for builds using a single resource like Blood Magic or Archmage builds.
Không, cái này không ok nha. Cái này bỏ qua nha.
Flasks or 2 mana flasks. It's up to you. Now we could go through these all day, but we'll leave most of them for you to discover. Suffice to say though, we want there to be way more cool things to find. Over time, our goal is to add a unique to every single base item type at a minimum, so that you can chance any base in the game. Now, given that we have the Huntress, we have a set of unique spears from early game all the way through to end game as well. One example is Scyther's Spear, which combines bleed and fire in a powerful way. It allows your ignites to be aggravated, dealing substantially more damage. We're also introducing a suite of unique bucklers with some interesting parry mechanics. Kalgyra's Arc, for example, allows you to parry projectiles from any distance. And we're also adding our first unique charms. Bayra's Anguish will not only protect you from ignite, but will also emit a devastating fire
Chàm mới rồi.
if you do get ignited. In sum, there's just a ton of new uniques to find. We can't wait to see the weird and broken builds that come out of it. Now we also want to talk about crafting options. In each major update during early access, we'll be continuing to add and improve the options here. We have various new crafting tools that have been added as rewards to many of the different types of new content that we're adding. But for now, I just want to mention the changes to runes. Runes add commonly available mods, but since they only have one tier, flat damage mods tend to get outclassed by in-game. So we've changed runes to have multiple tiers, allowing you to get
3 tay
higher
rồi
tier mods
luôn.
than before. Our plan is to significantly expand the number of more specialized mods for crafting using socketables as we
Gương
add
đâu
new
bỏ cho
content
hết
over
tay.
time. And the first new set of those comes from what we're talking about next. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding Asmarian Wisps, which can be found throughout both the campaign and the endgame. The Asmari spirit has made itself present in Rayclast, and it appears to be trying to warn, or maybe prepare us for the coming darkness. You will first encounter a manifestation of it in the Grellwood in Act 1, where you'll meet Delwyn, an Asmari hunter who is trying to find out what exactly is
Mấy cái
causing
ạc
the
nó sẽ
spirit
thêm
to
quét
leave
vô
this
nữa.
As you approach the wisp, it will flee, leading you past monsters. Any monsters it comes into contact with are infused by it, making them more powerful. Each spirit is associated with a specific
Ủa vậy là không có be hả? Không có lát con gấu hả ta? Ủa vậy cái lát mà biến gấu đâu?
And as you move away, they slow down to wait for you. But if you get too far away for too long, they'll dissipate and return to the woods. As you continue to chase the wisp, it will find and possess a rare or unique monster, granting it a new powerful ability. Because this was a wisp of the Great Bear, this monster now also has increased life and stun. But on top of that, it will periodically summon a large spectral bear that slams with wild fury. If you're able to defeat this foe, you will be rewarded. For each monster that was infused and killed along the way, the rewards will be increased. Each wisp has its own mechanics. The Wisp of the Winter Owl is a primal wisp that causes enemies to deal extra cold damage, gain energy shield, and release wind vortices on death. When infusing a monster, they will call down large tornadoes to protect their host. The Wisp of the Wild Cat is a vivid wisp that causes affected monsters to deal more critical strikes and become more evasive. When it infuses a monster, it will summon a barrage of feline spirits that will attempt to tear you limb from limb.
Này mà vô endgame là chết rồi đó.
Even find sacred wisps that can do some pretty crazy things to the monsters they influence. Like the Wisp of the Cunning Fox, which turns normal monsters into magics, magic monsters into rares, and rare monsters into actual bosses. Asmarian Wisps can drop a new set of socketable items that allow you to craft a wide range of interesting new mods onto your items. Each one may only be used on a specific item slot.
Talisman đồ mới nha.
The Asmarian Wisps can be encountered throughout the game, but there's also a new endgame map called the Asmari Ranges, a mountain village where the Asmari once lived, now overrun with corrupt monsters. This map always has multiple Asmarian Wisps in it, and familiar, yet not quite the same boss fight. Asmarian Wisps can also be further modified by the endgame Atlas tree as well.
Atlas nói dài hơn kìa. Nói dài Atlas hơn.
But I'm not going to be the one talking about those things. In order to cover all the new content in in-game, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi.
Đúng rồi, nó là list mới á.
Game director on Path of Exile 2.
Reset á.
There's a
Reset á,
ton to
list
talk
mới
about
á.
with the endgame today, so let's dig right in. Path of Exile 2's early access began with a brand new endgame, and it was clear that it needed a lot of work. After absorbing your feedback, we're ready to make some epic changes. The first thing is, we just need a lot more content. In Dawn of the Hunt, we have made sure to focus on increasing the sheer number of interesting and different encounters you will randomly stumble into as you explore the endgame. And the second goal is to smoothen the progression through maps and reduce the amount of annoying busy work. To start with, let's talk about the new interesting stuff to find. Well, the most obvious thing to add are new maps. As well as the Azmiri ranges that Jonathan mentioned earlier, Dawn of the Hunt also contains 7 other new maps, all with their own custom encounters. Let's start with this one.
The Feral Megaliths map starts off in the wild Ezomite forests. As you progress through the forest, you will find mysterious rune-carved stones that, when touched, surge with energy. After activating all the stones, you can find a grand henge, where all the energy is coalescing. You can then start an encounter. The area darkens, a storm moves in, and a concentration of energy summons a dangerous boss. You must fight and defeat the boss to get its rewards. Once you have defeated it, summon another. And another. And another. And another. You have 10 total waves of boss fights which get
10 quay giống Coliseum nha anh em.
If you manage to defeat them, you get full boss rewards, but also opportunities to get new runes. These can only be obtained from this map. The Fractured Lake contains a surreal waterscape with fractured mirror-like objects. As you move around the map, the terrain itself elevates from below, creating the ground you walk on. In this unique map, all the rare monsters are mirrored, so you're always fighting 2 of the same rare at the same time, which can prove quite difficult. If you manage to overcome that challenge and make it to the end of the map, you'll be presented with a broken mirror.
Tôi thấy đạn xì bát tôi nó bay vòng vòng rồi đó.
The item contained within is a new base type, either an amulet or a ring, that can be crafted to have additional prefixes or suffixes at the cost of the other. The last unique map we'll show today is one based around the essence mechanic. You enter a crystalline cavern, and you will find a powerful map boss imprisoned in the center. It is surrounded by many rare monsters, also imprisoned in essences. By freeing and defeating the rare monsters, the essence they held will be upgraded to a greater essence, and be added to the imprisoned map boss. How brave are you? How many essences will you add to the
Essence giảm
boss?
giá nha, Essence Richter rất nhiều quá.
Underdo it,
Nó không
you
còn
might
giá mấy
regret
điều
it.
giống xưa
It's
đâu.
your choice.
Tôi thấy nó giảm giá nhiều lắm luôn á, rất nhiều Essence luôn
You're
nè.
now able to apply Val Orbs to corrupt the essences with a range of unpredictable outcomes. It could increase the number of essences, re-roll all the essences to the same type, or even upgrade the essences to greater essences.
Này thì cứ bình thường thì đập pha lên trở lên Richter
It can
thôi.
upgrade those too. We have 4 new corrupted essences: Essence of Hysteria, Delirium, Horror, and Insanity.
Each corrupted essence has its own interesting combat mechanics. For example, the essence of insanity causes you to question even your own mind, as monsters split into shadowy clones, and you must locate the real one before a devastating icy explosion freezes everything around it. Each of these has their own crafting outcomes. The essence of insanity can be applied to a belt. It adds a mod that will ensure the next Val Orb used on
Ôi
the belt
đập về trời ơi,
guaranteed
thôi
adding
thua.
2 enchantments.
Anh em đập đồ đi, tôi mua. Anh em đập đồ tôi mua. Đập không nổi đâu,
It's worth
nhiều
noting,
content quá.
all the essences in the unique map can also be corrupted too, if you're willing to risk it. It's worth noting we have also added 10 extra Atlas passive points you can earn,
Thêm 10 điểm.
including 5
Atlas.
different unique maps.
Now, new maps are just the beginning. We had a goal where we wanted to make sure you were constantly finding exciting new content, and that it could be lurking around any corner. So, we have added a bunch of new things that you could stumble into in any map you run.
On your travels, you will sometimes encounter rogue exiles. Others like you who have been exiled and are openly hostile. Some are malicious, some are mad, while others are simply fiends for loot. They will challenge you, a fight to the death. They use the same skills available to players, and even the same items. They aren't just dressed up in those items, they're actually using them.
Anh em biết cái này là cái gì không? Cái này nghĩa là thằng nào kéo team 6 mấy thằng clone của mình ra nó giết mấy thằng đồng đội á. Giết đồng đội mình á. Khỏi kéo luôn á, khỏi kéo team 6 luôn á.
Because if they kill you and your party, they'll portal out, taking their items with them. Every fight will feel completely different depending on the items they come equipped with. These exiles are much smarter than your regular monster. They have capabilities to dodge roll, avoid your abilities with smart pathfinding, smart targeting, and much more action-packed gameplay. Fortunately, they're like you and they're not super durable. Unless of course they're wearing uniques like Calm's Heart, in which case expect a longer battle. There are 12 different rogue exiles you can find, each with their own skills and personalities. Some may insult you, while others may admire your honor in combat.
Another encounter you might stumble onto in Dawn of the Hunt are one of 4 new unique strongboxes.
Cái này game cũ tôi gọi là champion đó. Nó clone ra mấy thằng top silver ra đập vào anh em á.
Let's take a look at 2 of the new unique boxes that are harder to find and behave just a little bit differently. The Ogham's Legacy Strongbox has a corpse splayed out in front of the rune-carved stone. Upon interacting with the stone, you activate Forbidden Ezomite magic, which revives the monster as a powerful rare. The Strongbox comes with a modifier which determines how many times it will revive that rare. Each time you defeat the monstrosity, the Strongbox revives it again, adding an extra modifier to the monster. With each resurrection, it becomes more difficult, but also more rewarding. This Strongbox is infused with thaumaturgy from ancient Foul technology. Eshell's Torment has a powerful artifact inside, and is guarded by Chaos itself. Defeating the monsters will grant you a unique item, with a specific corrupted outcome. You'll have to find the other 2 for yourself to see what they do.
Now, let's talk about the introduction to the endgame. Upon starting the endgame,
Đánh mấy đó lấy chìa khóa để mở trong box chính nha. Game tương tác nhiều hơn.
However, in practice, the quest objective just sent you on a grind to clear 15 maps. We wanted to make the quest to unlock your Atlas passives much more interesting.
Now, Doriani is tasking you with a more specific objective. On the Atlas, you will find areas of corruption caused by the beast. In the center of each one, you will find a corrupted nexus, the source of the affliction. In the areas leading up to the nexus, you will notice that corruption spills out from slain enemies and amalgamates into powerful monsters. Corrupted maps existed on the Atlas before, but we've done significant work on improving these monsters. We've also done a full pass on the modifiers on these maps to make them more interesting and more rewarding. Once you reach the Nexus, you'll have a new task: cleanse the source of corruption. When you defeat the last rare in those maps, they will spawn one of 3 terrifying bosses, amalgamations of corruption itself. After defeating that boss, Doriani will come and cleanse the corruption for good. As the remains of the boss are purged of corruption, it coalesces into raw crystallized power, which you can use to gain points for your Atlas passive skill tree, the upgrade system that allows you to add and enhance content in your maps. We didn't stop there though. When you complete a corrupted nexus, all of the remaining surrounding corrupted maps will become cleansed maps. Cleansed maps also have new monsters, a new boss, and their own set of modifiers and rewards, including finding fracturing orbs by slaying cleansed enemies. These orbs can be used in crafting on a rare item to cause one of its modifiers to become fractured. A fractured modifier is one that cannot be modified by any means. You are able to freely modify the item, ensuring the fractured modifier will never change. If you get the right item with the right mod, it can prove to be a very powerful crafting base indeed. You must now choose. Do you complete all the corrupted maps and then the Nexus? Or maybe you beeline to the Nexus, complete it, and do all the remaining maps cleansed. Both have rewards to entice you and challenges to assess.
Now, let's have a talk about towers.
One thing we've had a lot of feedback on is the busy work around running towers and managing your tablets. The first change we've made here is that we have reduced the number of towers drastically. So there are now one
Giảm
third as
tower.
many as before, but we've made them much more powerful. To start with, tablets now inherently add twice as many mechanics. But
Gấp
that's
đôi.
not all.
Gấp đôi
Running
map.
higher tier maps and towers now increases the number of mechanics applied by tablets. By tier 15, the bonus is double, allowing a single tablet to now add 4 times as many mechanics as before. So, we're running far fewer towers, dealing with fewer tablets, and affecting even more maps than before. But because there are fewer towers overlapping with each other, you won't get as many opportunities to stack different tablets. In order to solve this, we've made it so that each tower can consume up to 3 tablets at once. You always get 1 slot on completing the tower, but if you can complete a tower
Hạn
with
chế
more
nhồi
mods
quanh
on
đó anh em.
Waystone, you can unlock a
Hạn
second
chế nhồi
or
quanh
third
TT
slot.
ra rất nhiều á.
Overall, this allows for even more juicing from towers, while drastically reducing the amount of busy work you have to do. On top of that, towers are much more interesting maps because they can now spawn with all mechanics, including bosses. Each tower map has a new boss. Let's take a look at a couple here. The boss fight of the Alpine Ridge map has 2 powerful witches contesting for territory. One witch has an affinity for ice, the other fire. Who will win? Hopefully neither. The boss of the Sinking Spire map is a remnant of the Val that has been charged with lightning.
Tăng chỉ số tablet nhưng mà không đáng kể. Nó hạn chế cái vụ mà nhồi tablet lên 100 mấy won á.
Another thing that we've seen a lot of feedback about is sustaining waystones. As we looked into it, we realized that the people who couldn't sustain waystones were dying a lot more than we had expected. And that made us realize something. During the campaign, the expectation is that you can die multiple times in order to learn how to overcome challenges. You are able to learn how the monsters behave, adapt to their skills, and eventually overcome them. But as soon as you get to the end game, you're effectively no longer allowed to die if you want to sustain waystones. By the time you are getting towards the end of endgame, we want you to have to be careful not to die. But it certainly shouldn't be that we have such a sudden shift as you run your first maps.
The first change we're making is you can now respawn and return to a map if you die. Continuing from where you left off. When you start the endgame, you get up to 6 total attempts per map. As you add more modifiers to a waystone, the number of respawns goes down. This means that as you get to the point that you're running every waystone as a rare, you will have to be more careful. In parties,
Nếu vậy
everyone
đi
gets
team
to
6 đi
respawn
sao
that
ta?
number of times.
Bắt chơi solo à?
But we still think it's important that you can kill a boss in one go.
Ví dụ full mode đi thì mở một cổng vậy team 6 sao vô?
So that once you start the boss fight, it changes over to the same respawning system we use for pinnacle bosses. This means that the map owner can choose to respawn everyone at the same time. Another complaint we've seen a lot of is players not wanting to do the pinnacle content because of the experience penalty from dying. A change we've made here is that all pinnacle content now no longer grants experience, but also no longer removes experience on death either. Dawn of the Hunt also brings the first batch of Twilight Order reliquary keys from the early access supporter packs. These keys contain items selected by our supporters. They can contain any unique item found in Path of Exile 2. If the selected item is a pinnacle boss drop, then only special keys dropped by this content will be able to provide these items. For example, Hand of Wisdom in action can only come from a key dropped by Zesht. We're also making a change that allows pinnacle boss uniques to drop at any difficulty. Rarer uniques will be rarer at lower difficulties, but still possible to find. This applies to the drop chances for the reliquary keys from this content as well. We spoke about towers and tablets earlier.
Ok, yeah, ok. Dạ giống như mình đang ở trong map mà bắt đi thêm thì người ta không được vô nữa.
For example, this unique tablet allows you to run any map in a tower's radius without requiring connections, which can be quite useful for jumping gaps and traveling around your atlas. And this tablet causes all runic monsters spawned during expedition encounters to be duplicated, and weakens all expedition monsters that emerge from the ground. The Atlas tree has also been expanded, and you can find many of the new mechanics there, and improvements to existing ones too. Now, through this live stream, we have mentioned quite a few new crafting options that we've added. New runes, corrupted essences, fractured mods, and jewelry crafting bases. But we did have just one more crafting system to talk about: recombination. Expedition was the only in-game mechanic that was lacking a crafting system, so that needed to change. Recombination is a mechanic that might be familiar to some players. It allows you to merge two items together, hoping to get the best elements of each on a single new item. This new crafting bench will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition, and requires artifacts found during expeditions to fuel it. The rarer the
què
mods of the
vậy?
item you are combining, the more expensive the cost.
That wraps up all the major in-game changes we're talking about today. With all the system changes and new content, we can't wait to get in there, start blasting maps, and obliterating monsters. There is one more thing we wanted to clarify before we move on, which is that all the content we've talked about today will be made available in the existing early access leagues, so you can play your existing characters. However, there will be new leagues made for those who wish to start in a fresh economy.
Fresh economy nha anh em. Fresh economy.
In the dawn of the hunt leagues.
Anh em vẫn có thể chơi với ạc cũ, nhưng mà có fresh economy là anh em hiểu rồi đó.
For those who don't already have access and are interested in playing Path of Exile 2: Dawn of the Hunt, you are able to at any time purchase an early access supporter pack at www.pathofexile2.com. Additionally, the Paladin and Penance supporter packs are now available to purchase in Path of Exile 2 and contain 6 microtransactions each, and the full pack's face value in points. All the microtransactions contained within these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and many new microtransactions, including Path of Exile 2's first alternate skill effects. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments.
New economy là list mới nha anh em, chơi lại từ đầu hết nha anh em.
And exploring the new endgame next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Ok chưa anh em? Chơi lại từ đầu hết. Có đồ mới, có... Nói chung là content bắt đầu khó hơn nhiều lắm rồi đó. Mình phải cực kỳ mạnh hơn. Với chế độ ghép đồ về coi như là một cái món. Ví dụ cái vũ khí 400 đì thì phải 2 món là 800 đì. Mắc lắm luôn á, là đồ bây giờ phải gấp đôi hết, áo quần vũ khí đồ phải 2 cái ghép lại thành một. Thì bây giờ giá trị của mirror sẽ tăng lên, tại vì tụi nó mia cái món đó ra, mia cái món ghép lại thành 2. Và economy mới là chơi từ đầu hết. Sao nó nói nhỏ xíu vậy ta? Volume đúng rồi, đang bị volume nha. Chưa nghe hết. Dạ chơi từ đầu hết anh em ơi. Mac money. Content khó hơn, nhiều đồ khó hơn. Kéo team 6 cực hơn. Kéo team 6 mà nó ra một đàn 6 thằng NPC là 6 người nó gõ chắc khỏi cứu luôn á. Thay vì giờ mình đánh một thằng mình đã mệt rồi, giờ 6 thằng. Chưa kể cái con clone của mình nó đâu điên á, bắn xì bát chết mấy anh em kia nữa. Nó ghép nó nhồi tay rồi lên đó. Ví dụ cái món 100 spell dam cộng với món 100 spell dam nữa là 200 spell dam.
we think that's a much better design.
thì đam nó sẽ vượt lên rất là nhiều, cách speed sẽ vượt lên, nó sẽ điên hơn, và sợ là sẽ có broken trong đó đó, đánh nhanh quá bị broken đó.
It is kind of balanced though, so that like if you pick literally all 6, then it's going to be like incredibly low to the point of like don't even try that. But you know, like 4 mods might be a good
Đánh chậm chậm thôi, chứ đánh nhanh quá block hết, block hết.
that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's kind of the new design of that. So hopefully that'll be in by the time 0-2 comes out. We've kind of got a plan for doing that. But yeah, like I think it's a much better design than what we had before for Recombinators.
If it's not there for 020, it'll be as
very
soon as it can afterwards.
But
yeah, you know, spur of the moment, night before the live stream design sessions.
Yeah.
But
Increase
increased player agency and visibility into the success result is just a win. And honestly,
Chưa biết, tới bắt nói mới biết rồi mà nãy thay ghép rồi.
of us actually going, this is just straight up better to have observability into that and the freedom of choice. So.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. Recombination definitely felt like something that was both really high end in terms of the crafting that it was intended for, but also just even understanding it. This seems much more intuitive because
you just pick what you
selecting
want.
the mods you want.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
So it does sound like it's a little bit of a nerf for the very high end of crafting, though. Like,
It might end up being, but I'm not like.
Như vậy thì
so it
cục
depends how
Annulant
it
lên
comes
giá
out.
nha.
Because we only just designed this, we need to still work out.
Đúng rồi, khi cục Annulant lên giá đó, cái cục mà đầu trắng á, để nó xóa dòng á anh em. Sau khi nó xóa dòng thì anh em bắt đầu ghép với bên kia. Xóa dòng nó cục Annulant lên giá.
So you know you have to have that balance, and that's so that kind of informs everything we do with crafting usually.
One difference here, though, of course, is if the success chance fails, both items are destroyed as opposed to always keeping one.
Yeah.
So
okay.
So it's basically
Whether or
percent
not
chance for success, and if it fails, item's gone. So
Roughly, what do you think you try to pitch it, just choosing 2 mods at?
It depends on what mods you're selecting, but I'm kind of thinking kind of like 35%-ish kind of thing for like 2 normal mods, that kind of thing. Like for them both, for them both. For if you pick 2, and then but we'll
it kind of depends. Again,
it kind of depends. We'll see how
we have to do higher tier mods are rare. And
exactly. So it sort of
it also the other thing is it's going to now have a fixed cost, so it's not going to
And the idea is like doing a single expedition should be enough to do a recombination. So you're going to be doing them like relatively often as you're doing expeditions.
So is the part of expedition where you get to craft with the NPCs still a thing then? Now that you're adding this?
Yeah, I mean you've still got that whole mechanic, and like so it's competing for the artifacts.
Yeah.
Between recombination versus buying things from that.
So is there some costs intended for that then to make it more competitive?
Not yet. It definitely needs some love in the future, but not at this time.
Yeah. It seems like the systems can
Không
kind
có
of
lùi
go
nha.
hand in hand, where one is giving you items that you can then potentially recombinate.
That is also true. You can use the ingredients of one in the other, or the outcome of one as an ingredient in another.
Cool. We'll talk more about crafting a little bit later on for sure, because there was a lot announced there, which I'm quite excited about. Definitely exceeded my predictions for what you'd be adding in terms of crafting. But firstly, though, just a quick clarification on the league. So there's not going to be a wipe for the new players joining us. If you were playing on a character, you can still keep playing on a character. But a lot of long-term Path of Exile players know the importance of playing on a fresh start, and that's also really important for you guys as well.
For sure, yeah. I mean, basically, if we don't have like any character that's come from before, you're just not gonna because the balance is so different and because so many things have changed. There's like no point in
Cái này là comment sẽ có thêm quest mới, cái comment mới, đi cực hơn á. Sẽ khó đặt cái endgame hơn, quái nó sẽ mạnh hơn. Quái thì kịch tay luôn, nó ngăn chặn mấy thằng cố gắng rớt lên tay là 15 nhanh. Vô gặp boss, gặp quái, gặp tùm la.
In order for something to rise to the level of a league, it needs like a certain amount of features. And the original thing we were thinking about doing that way would be the Asmeri and Wisps, but there wasn't quite like the kind of like meta mechanics and stuff with that. So we didn't quite rise to the level of feeling like it deserved to be a challenge league. And at the same time, we've also got a lot of new players playing Path of Exile 2, never played Path of Exile before. So we were a little bit we kind of were deciding okay, should we should we make them exclusive or not? We sort of decided, you know what, for this one we're not going to. And then what we'll probably try and do is for the next league that we do, we'll actually make it a proper challenge league with like its own exclusive mechanic and so on. We'll actually make it a proper challenge league. But yeah, it's a little bit funny because like an early access is a bit of a different situation. But yeah, it's a little bit funny because like an early access is a bit of a different situation. We'll sort of see how this goes anyway. But certainly I would encourage everyone just like start again.
Nó nói nhanh quá, mấy kiểu vậy đó anh em ơi. Nó nói nhanh quá.
Yeah, no casual players can do that. It's just like 90% of their player base.
Campaign again.
There's things like that that are gonna, there's things like, and you know, also just balance changes, right? Like huge.
I think it's kind of cringe
and you know, you're gonna have a bit of balance changes, right?
It isn't like an exclusive league.
And speaking of the Huntress, then, so we saw initial. Speaking of the Huntress, quite some time ago now, and had some hands-on time with it and things. But Huntress, I certainly haven't played that before and hands-on time with it now recently. I certainly haven't played that before and played it now recently. How hard was it to get it ready for quite a lot? What was kind of the key there?
I mean, it's funny because class design is one of those things where every time you add something, it can make you
Nó vừa nói nhanh mà vừa nói nhỏ nữa.
To predict like how long a class will take. So like it changed a lot since the last time we had like we were showing Huntress. And honestly, like you know, it's like while there are some skills that you also see, like it just plays completely different. And I mean, whenever we're looking at like how we would design something like this, it really comes down to like what is the special about the character class? Like how can we double down on that to make sure it feels different? So with the Huntress, you've obviously got spears as a base type. The key difference between a spear and any other weapon type is that you can both use them at melee and you can also use them at range. You know, you can throw them. And so because of that,
Can hear shit.
We're just really trying to incentivize everything possible so that you use both of those things. And you know, action RPG players, they you know, that generally speaking, you know, the balance can often be such that you only really want to do one thing and do that one thing well. So trying to incentivize the kind of ranged and melee is, you know, quite a thing. And I mean, the way we do it effectively is try to make sure that like there are combo chains where, you know, a ranged thing can combo with something that's melee and a melee thing can combo with something that's ranged, and then also give you good abilities to move between the two states. And so that kind of means that you end up with a very like agile character, like you're constantly moving like backwards and forwards and kind of moving around. And I would say that like, given that it's the Dex character, that it's good that it feels that way, that it feels the most agile of all of the melee character classes. So you know, that's been a really good one. But you know, I mean, look, there are, in terms of changes, I mean, look, there are just changes all the time. Like the frenzy charge thing was like relatively late in development. Like there's like quite a lot of things going on that just meant that, you know, the field kept on evolving. And another big one, of course, was parry, which I honestly was very skeptical of working. And Mark, Mark was the one who saved it. Honestly, like I was like, you know what? There was like 3 times I think where I was like, you know what? I don't think it's gonna work. And then you were like, okay, I think you know we're gonna save this.
I was like, give me a week.
Yeah, exactly. And it works completely differently for most games, because in most games, obviously, with parrying, the way that works is that, you know, you have to time like to push the block button at exactly the right time, but that's just something that just wouldn't work in our combat system, because you know, you're often packs of monsters. It's just like you don't really have the ability to read combat in that way in our game. And at the same time, we need to make something where there's going to be like, you know, if a single monster in a pack hits you, you need to be able to respond to that with something that's going to, you know, you need to be able to respond in a way where you don't just then immediately get hit by a bunch of other stuff.
Yes.
So having it so that the parry, like it always parries, but it's then taking advantage of what the parry does to the monster by following up with something that's going to give you, like, you know, an explosion or something like that to kind of deal with the pack. That's something that sort of allows that counter gameplay to work in our game. So you've kind of got 2 primary parry follow-ups. You've got the frenzy charge one, which dashes back, which means that, you know, you don't have to worry about the monster ice, which freezes the pack. So it's another way to kind of, so in both cases, you've kind of got something that's kind of dealing with the fact that you've got all these monsters around you. And that was kind of the biggest challenge, I think, that we had with that mechanic.
Yeah, I'll also make note of, there was a support gem I found that you can attach to any attack that allows you to follow up parry to generate a frenzy charge too. So it doesn't even have to be the backflip.
Yeah, in that case. Yeah, I mean, there's other,
create your own parry.
Yep, and then of course there's always Sniper's Mark. You know, and there's like there's a skill that does give you a guaranteed crit, so that's a potential option as well. Like you've got a few different ways to generate them.
Because parry guarantees a light stun.
Yeah.
You always get that small window to actually engage or do a thing before before you're under danger again. And
I'll tell you this, like, I am one of those players who never parry, right? In any game ever, because I can never do it. It's always just so frustrating. So I was very skeptical of that, but it feels really good. You've both managed to make it something that's easy to do because you can just hold the button down and parry at any time. There's no skill involved in that. But at the same time, you've incentivized making it so that you do want to still try and time it as best you can personally. By well, how have you done that? How have you made it so that like you actually still want to kind of play it skillfully?
Well, I mean, ultimately, you know, anytime you're holding down the parry button is when you're not attacking, right?
Exactly.
So you still want to kind of minimize the window, but at the same time, like the timing is just not like, you know, not as bad. But the nice thing as well is that like once you do successfully parry, it's very obvious. You get the sound, you get the like the token on the monster. It's very chunky.
Yeah.
So you know, it means it's very obvious when you're supposed to counterattack. So yeah, I'm very happy with that. I think that it came out really well. And honestly, one of the funny things about it is that it immediately made me realize like how bad shields are in comparison, which is why we're also trying to ninja in a change to how shields work at the last minute, which we'll see if it makes it into 020. I was playing around with it last night.
This was 8 p.m. last night.
Yeah, 8 p.m. last night, exactly.
I was messing with this.
Yeah, messing around with it. And so, you know, I won't talk too much about how that's going to work, but effectively we want to make shields, you know, the shields better as well, and kind of build something into those to make them more interesting. So yeah, that's the plan there. We'll see if it makes it for 020.
Yeah, following that kind of similar design space idea of being able to do a bit more with it.
Yeah,
and then
100%.
that feed into other skills and things like that as well.
100%.
There's a lot of room there to play with.
Yeah.
So we talked about Huntress being very, very combo heavy, and she has the deepest combo chains out of anyone so far, even exceeding like things you can do with Monk. You got 3-4 different skills deep of things you can start to synergize together. So how do you balance? How do you make that fun? Firstly, like rather than like onerous, for example.
Well, I mean, I guess there's a few things. Like one of them is it just has to be very readable and understandable when, like, you know, like what you can do and when you can do it. And I think the other thing that's really to our advantage here is reusing skills in multiple ways, so you can make a deeper combo chain without requiring you to be using as many skills in order to do it. So the way that Whirling Slash and Tornadoes interact with ground effects and kind of like all that stuff sort of means that, you know, you're using Whirling Slash multiple times as part of the same combo chain. And that's an idea, I think, that I'd like to try and explore more, because I think that it is a cool way to kind of extend the combo chain, yeah, as I said, without sort of getting too many things involved, and makes it a lot cooler. So yeah, I'll think a bit more about, you know, how we can apply that to other classes and other skills, but yeah, it's worked out really well here.
Yeah, it's a bit of like a loose create your own combo system in a way. Like obviously there's intended combos, but because it's interacting with something that's fundamental like ground effects, you're able to combo with anything that creates a ground effect. And there's a lot of different ways you can do that. Like I added shocked ground to the backflip skill, or I got a companion pet that had a shocked ground aura.
Nice.
As like, so that was just there, and that was available all the time.
I mean, it's funny as well because it also works on just enemy ground effects, and so sometimes you can just get a damage boost because the rare just happen to be dropping ground fire or something. So that's kind of fun. Yeah. But it's been it's just a lot of fun to play. You know, the first time I ran into that was actually in the graveyard, where there's these like chests that like pop open with fire, and like I was using tornadoes, and then one of them just randomly turned into a fire tornado, and I'm like, oh, what happened there? Oh, yeah, sweet. It was just like a really cool moment where it just sort of interacted with the environment, which was really fun.
It always feels like you're getting a little bit of something extra for free when you're taking advantage of the enemy effects, or a boss fight that just has burning ground everywhere. It's like sweet. So how do you go about balancing though when you have a class that has deeper combos and kind of somewhat requires you to do a bit more versus a class or a skill or a build?
Nãy giờ tắt mic 45% rồi. Vẫn hiện mà.
And I think actually that's one of those things that we're trying
to 45 nè, F5 lại.
Changes we're doing in Dawn of the Hunt more generally is making sure that even like I think it's the case where some of the combo gameplay kind of degenerates a little bit by end game in a way that like I want to make sure it still feels rewarded. And so we were sort of doing various checks you know, like recently about, you know, like as a random example, right? Like so on the mercenary we found
New economy nha, farm nha, ngon nha.
Armor break, sorry, what's it called? The armor piercing that causes armor break, followed with high velocity rounds, is just worse than just using high velocity rounds. And that's like really bad, right? Like we have to make sure that we're improving that stuff. So it's like sometimes you just get these things where like the balance by endgame kind of degenerates in a way that that doesn't support the combo anymore. And so we have to make sure that when we're looking at buffing things, that we're like making sure that when we're doing it, it's to support the fact that using more things is actually a good thing.
Ngày mai tổng hợp lại nha. Cái 99 nó like trên đây cho nên không có video lại á. Mai phải có cắt video lại coi để biết được mấy cái 99 hoặc là kéo lại livestream tôi, đúng không? Kéo lại livestream để coi lại.
you'd
the
be
players,
able to build that way.
the players have to do a combo.
I mean,
for
no,
people who don't want
ultimately
to.
you never have to, right? But it sort of what it means is that you are sacrificing something. And look, the ideal situation is that like you don't feel like you have to do combos. You feel like you want to do combos, right? Like, because you feel
đợi mấy này nói xong rồi.
fun, like, oh, I can add this, like it's the feeling you should be getting.
Yeah. I think the Huntress is doing that very well. It must have been like extremely hard because I don't think I've ever seen this like ranged melee combo done well before.
Right. Well, I mean, it does require a lot of discipline, and it means that a lot of skills like end up on the cutting room floor because you try them out and then you realize, well, if this is in the game, then that's the only thing I'm ever going to do. So you got to be really careful about that stuff.
Certainly, playing the Huntress now makes me go back and look at the other classes and be like, we need to up that the level there, and we missed the mark a little bit now because this is better. And who's to say the next class won't even be better and make us question even this? But
but that's the way it is with class design.
That's what he says when we like literally when you make a new class, you question everything. He's not understating the level of questioning everything.
Yeah, do you see like going back to the monk at some point and looking for more like opportunities to link skills together with?
I mean,
combos
we haven't got to the full skill set for any class yet already, and we need to add more pieces for a lot.
I think there's at least 4 skills that were designed and then aren't in the monk currently.
Ranger the same. There was extra poison skills. It was intended to be more chaos dots. There's all kinds of stuff. We have to obviously at some point fill all that in. Hard to say when, but. We're going to try and incrementally get it, like much like how Ray Spectre and I mean the mount works with the Hunter.
Có vẻ là sẽ đập đì vô tablet bay để lấy được phần trăm cao nhất coi.
So we're just going to keep filling in those gaps over time.
Tablet với độ rộng ra rồi á. Option nha.
Skill design as you go to. So I imagine the last class you're going to release is going to be like amazing. You'll look back at the first ones and be like, ooh.
Possibly.
Well, that is the worry. But whatever.
But look, with that means we've got another round of going through everything and improving stuff again, right? So
and that will never end.
That's it. So with the parry came the kind of looking at the player getting stunned, in particular player heavy stun. So it's always hard to tell players like, hey, we're going to do something to you and it's going to be a bad thing. You're not going to like this.
Well, the funny thing,
let's talk about why.
there's a few things like that actually, because so I mean, for a start, like we needed the downside of parry to be like that. Yeah, you get stunned out of it. But then when we're looking at how long, like we're like, okay, right now, even and it's true with shield block as well. By the way, it's like if you get stunned out of that, the amount of time that you get stunned out for is actually not even enough time for most bosses to do a follow-up attack on you. And it's like, well, where's the downside if it doesn't even have enough time? So we did have to extend that out a little bit, and it makes you a little bit more careful. But just to warn people, right? There's a few other things like we lowered what's it called? I can't remember the name of that thing now. The thing that makes you more easy to be elemental statuses apply to you. Ailment threshold. That's right, ailment threshold. Yeah. So we lowered ailment threshold to actually make it so the player has those mechanics happen more to them, right? Because like right now through campaign, like you barely get frozen or burning or shocked, really, to be honest. So there's stuff like that we've had to do to kind of make sure that that because if you don't have that stuff actually happen to you, then there's no point in mitigating it. And it's like things like charms were like not very useful because those mechanics weren't happening to you. There's stuff like that, right? The downsides do actually matter in order to make it so that that you then there's other things you can do to sort of bypass those downsides. So that's kind of one of those things that we just have to make sure is there.
I did always find it a little bit strange that like I was able to count the number of times I was frozen in the campaign on one finger.
For sure. For sure. But
as always by those vile ghosts.
Yes.
So
127.000 người đang xem. Quá trời người xem luôn.
Yeah, it can happen.
So that's mostly occurring if you're like doing bad blocking or parrying, but can it also occur just from like taking a really big hit or something?
Nope. At least we've discussed that. We've gone through a whole bunch of different.
Nhiều content mới quá.
Should certain boss abilities heavy stun you, and if you spec into enough stun threshold, it like demotes it to a light stun, and if that, there's all kinds of multi-hour discussions we've had, and we haven't really come to anything conclusive there. But it's only from mount, raise shield, and parry, and of which, at least for all of them, you can see your stagger bar filling up. It's worth noting things like evasion apply to. So when you're parrying, we turn off your evasion from taking damage because the block does, right? And otherwise you'd be like, I'm going to parry it. Oh, I evaded it. It didn't parry. But you can evade the stagger build up. So you don't take the damage anyway, just before anyone misunderstands that.
The evasion still works.
Yeah.
So high evasion will mean you can parry for longer. There's a bunch of parry stuff on the tree, including damage affecting the debuff, the duration of the debuff, so you get to benefit for it longer. Reducing stagger is all over the place for both mount and so in the dex section of the tree. So yeah, you can mitigate. I mean, my expectation is probably you'll get some in-game builds that are just like, I can parry forever and there's no real consequence. So not every skill can be parried, of course.
It otherwise follows the slam rules. If it's a slam from above or below, you can't parry it. Much to your frustration for some things.
I mean, there are a few things where I've got disagreements about what looks like it's parryable, but...
my hopeful there was when it's contentious, people would bring it up and would change it, right?
Sure.
So, like, if it's on the line, it's meant to be blockable. Like, if it isn't clear. And there was no way with hundreds of monsters and many dozens of bosses that we weren't going to miss some things, so...
So you mentioned this a little bit earlier, but action RPGs kind of naturally pull you towards one damage type, one skill, one specific thing, and optimizing as much as possible, because otherwise you're just making a bad build a lot of the time. But I notice Huntress has a bit of everything. She's got bleed, she's got all the elements, she's got physical. The only thing she doesn't have is like chaos, but there's kind of poison on the tree right there. So how do you like promote this, like all of this different stuff together? Are you supposed to be relegated to using 2 or 3 skills? Or
Đợi hết đi, tua lại livestream nha. Coi coi có gì mới gì thì mà không nha. Đợi nó nói hết đi.
You'll probably be focusing around like a few specific things rather than necessarily using the whole tree. So like there's that. The other thing as well is just making sure that in the passive tree there's sort of options that go across both. So the Huntress's passive tree has quite a lot of things like, extra melee damage if you've done a ranged attack recently, and then it's got things like bonuses against blinded enemies because while you're in a whirling slash there's, so it's sort of stuff like that where we're trying to carefully think like, well, how can we come up with something that's interesting and buffs everything that you might want to be doing, that kind of synergizes with the stuff that the Huntress can do. But it is honestly hard because, like many categories of things only matter for, one thing, part of a combo. So it's just like trying to come up with categories that can somehow span all of them in different ways. And, ideally, we can achieve that. But yeah, it is pretty hard.
Generally, you're going to become more niche or more selective because, again, even mixing elemental and bleed is just... probably often going to result
you
in
probably wouldn't do both elemental and bleed. You'd probably choose one or the other. But that's why we kind of try to make sure that, like, so you've got sort of linkages between them though, right? Because it's like, for example, the thunderous leap detonates the spears that you do from the bleed thing. So it's like kind of like the idea there is to like it changes how that skill then has a use in the combo with the other one. So even if that skill itself isn't doing a lot of damage, it's triggering something that's taking advantage of all the damage bonuses you got for the for your bleed stuff. So that's kind of like the idea, is just to link all that stuff in a bit so that you can use the non like directly synergistic things in a kind of more synergistic way.
Yeah, that's if you didn't see that from the earlier trailer, it's you spear them with a bunch of spears and then jump on them and explodes them for bleed. Amazing. So, but yeah, that's using an elemental skill like in another way as a detonator. But and even more, you've got weapon swaps as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's all those systems we already added about all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So I mean, like, what will be interesting is whether or not we miss something cross-class, right? That's always a concern. Is someone will come up with some way to abuse something, between something that's going on in the spear skills with some other class that we failed to consider.
Yeah, I mean, so that's it. When we look at a new class, we typically like call it like, Huntress is spears, but kind of not really. It's a signature weapon, but
absolutely
nothing in the Ascendancy's prescribes spears.
Exactly. So effectively, we take great pains to make sure that the Ascendancies never mention weapon types, that they're always generalized. So for example, the like infusion mechanic in the Amazon, it just says projectiles, it doesn't say spears, and the reason it does that is so that you could make an Amazon who is a bow user, and that's all fine. So like it's effectively like
open-ended.
It's open-ended, and honestly, like I know that Mark does like. It makes the constraint a lot harder for how to design an Ascendancy class when you have to think about it that way, for sure.
Oh, it'd be much easier to just put a bunch of cool spear stuff in there, but now only really... I mean, it was similar to the original POE 1 Saboteur, called out traps and mines, and so if you're a trap and mine character, what are you doing? Well, you could do something else, but no one else is playing that thing, Right. It isn't... it is easier to design. It is certainly less flexible and open as to what people can play in the different combinations and all that. So yeah.
How much do you have to consider the different weapons and the skills and how they interact together when you're originally designing them, or is there just literally so many possible combinations you're just like, the players will take care of that for us.
I mean, I think it is relatively impossible to come up with everything, but certainly we have to consider, like, you know, is this going to be broken with anything else in particular? And there just has to be certain rules for things about, like, you know, how easy is it to apply this debuff, how easy it is to consume this debuff. And even then, it's like, you know, we often make mistakes and have issues. You know, I mean,
when he says relatively impossible, it is actually
actually.
But you know, I mean, yeah, I mean,
That's
just
relative.
but even just looking at the balance pass we're doing at the moment, right? I mean, there's hundreds of things like that, you know, that we still. I mean, there's things that we could never honestly understand all of the different broken things that could possibly exist, and so it's like it really does depend a lot on you know, like on seeing reports on what people are doing on some level, right? But then I think that what will happen over time is obviously, like, you know, the game's still relatively new. We're still making relatively big changes. Over time, the balance, I think, will get to the point where we no longer have these like crazy outliers to the.
Cái phần mềm đó thấy cũng bình thường, quan trọng là cách bảo mật của mọi người thôi. Có xài 2FA hay gì cho kỹ không thôi. Còn mình thì cái đó bình thường à. Tôi không xài. Vậy thôi.
The balance over time, we'll get there.
It's one of the main goals and benefits of the early access is just like, let's get the balance of characters right. And yeah, this patch release was always going to have 1,000 problems, or probably 10,000 problems, you know. The next one will have half that, the next one half that, and probably eventually it's going to be down to like, here's only a few things going, you know, out of whack. There's always going to be something, because we add too much content for it to even be controlled. Like, again, there are too many uniques, too many supports, too many skills, and too many other changes for any amount of people. Like, you're talking about a matter of you'd have to put in like thousands and thousands of hours internally to find it, and then you give it to the players. There's so many people, it's going to take literally 5 minutes. So it is. It's very beneficial. We're lucky in that regard that we get to that level of testing and feedback and.
Dùng POE 2 Gen à, mà dùng nó để chạy chatbot thôi chứ mình search bằng tay hết á, check giá bằng tay hết. Mấy phần mềm nó check không kỹ đâu, bị mấy thằng bot á, mấy thằng bot á, nó bot lại nó để giá ảo quá, sao anh em search anh em không biết được giá chính xác, anh em phải check tay.
I mean, you mentioned support gems. It's like over 100 support gems added just this patch. It's already like so many, and with you doing a different weapon for each of the 16 classes.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot by the time we're done. But there kind of has to be, right? Because
that's what you made it. You made this system that you need so many supports to support.
You do.
Because otherwise, it's not going to work. Like especially with this one support system, it's like, what have you guys done?
Well, I mean, look, this is why we have recommendations, and hopefully we can improve those as well, and continue to get that better. You know, like
there's certainly room for the complexity to get a little bit out of control here. So the recommendeds are going to become more and more important.
Right.
So we need to make sure those are very much right.
For sure.
You must be looking to players even to find some of those recommendations down the line as well.
In some cases.
What stuff is popularly getting
used.
But
the thing with the recommendations though is that they can't really take into account what you've already got on the gem. So the recommendations have to be just sort of generally good, but not really take into account combos. You know, that kind of means they're a bit more simple. Like, the recommendations are going to be more simple than what you'd otherwise be doing if you're not following them.
Feels like at some point you're going to need some sort of nested recommendation system. It's like, well, I'm kind of doing bleed stuff, so you go to the sub-menu for bleed recommendations.
I'm less certain about that, because I kind of don't want to get into the thing of actually telling you what your build should be. Yeah, that's a little bit different there.
Maybe like more sorting methods for the show me all the gems. Oh. There's a lot that are only in there that are never recommended, right, at this point.
There are, yes. Yeah. There are.
It's going to be an interesting challenge you guys have set yourselves to make enough supports there. So another thing that you managed to challenge you set yourselves, and I always wonder, like, why did you do this to yourselves, was Spectres. So originally those were planned to be in for launch, but obviously Spectres are a whole can of worms. It's, hey, let's just give players access to every monster. Also, we've made so many new monsters.
Yeah.
We're talking about broken. There's going to be some broken in there, I promise you. And there's going to be some stuff we have to change.
I mean, they've done, but I mean, effectively, what the time between early access and this was like, okay, let's actually attempt at least to do a balance pass of this and like see if there's anything that's going to be a problem and then adjust numbers
Yeah, but now
accordingly.
you got to count all those support gems on all those monsters.
Yes, well, this is an interesting thing, isn't it? The support gems work. The support gems work on them, and you know, like, what the hell is that going to do? Yeah, like, it's impossible to completely know. But yeah, like, look, I mean, there's probably definitely some some dark secrets lying in what kind of Spectre mixed with support gems are going to do.
And monsters have skills now. It's not like POE 1 where it's
Exactly.
like just a bunch of zombies just doing default attack. It's like everything pretty much has a skill now at this point. So,
But you know, the great thing about it is we got to leverage all that work again for the beast taming as well. So and of course the difference there is that you also get the mods from the thing that you tamed. So you know, that's going to be
auras, ground effects.
Yeah, exactly.
Spawn death explosions.
No, you've got a whole nother ruckus of potential interactions.
Nó nói nhiều
So,
quá
so
này
lots of
mùi,
difference
nó nói nhiều.
A nice specific player version
Không
of
hiểu gì
those
cả.
things for which specific
Hiểu á, nhưng mà nó nhảm không à.
tame the beast so that they're not sitting there spamming skills in your hideout and all of that.
Good. Yes.
But also, like, there actually are player versions of the mods that Res can get, like, so that we can balance them if we need to.
Yeah.
Because some of that stuff would be ridiculous if you had it yourself. So, you know, basically, we still have it sort of work. It mostly works the same way, but there will just be numbers tweaked to the player versions, and the same works as well for the what do you call it? The ritual sacrifice.
Headhunter,
Headhunter and stuff like that. So yeah, player versions of the monster mods for that.
Yeah, this new attention to these things is going to benefit like the pre-existing stuff like Headhunter and that as well. Yeah, that's insane.
There's a new. Probably should let people discover it. There's a new unique charm that possesses you with a random Asmeri spirit as well, and so you get the daemons and the stats, and those technically also have player versions too. But actually, not to necessarily make things worse, to make things better, because monsters are balanced to fight player life and monster life, not in the same universe. So actually what we've done is all the things you steal that are monsters and the monster skills, like the explosions and the summoning bears and all that, we've actually specifically balanced them way up to be more effective against monster. So when you steal them, they're much more powerful actually. Just so they're not just tickling monsters and doing 1% of their life kind of thing.
It was mentioned in chat actually, the whole like Asmeri modifiers and things on stuff that wouldn't transfer over with the companion system, surely.
No.
That would be a little bit too far, perhaps a bit unhinged.
We actually had to, because this is certainly a benefit. Once you have tamed the beast, it is not tradable. And people might immediately be like, oh, so that's sad. Well, the issue is, and as much as you might want some of that, I'm sure you don't want to be carrying around a whole bunch of tame beasts in your inventory all the time. So that every single time you find a good rare, all of a sudden you have to go and...
Because it would mean that finding a rare would become a thing. Yes, exactly.
It's actually like this annoying, in order to make the most money, I have to be constantly thinking about and carrying around tame beasts.
But then we also made it so that as soon as you activate a beast, then no one who comes into the instance after that is allowed to tame it.
So
you can't TFT it's like a whole, like, there's like a lot of thinking about that stuff in order to make it so that, you know,
it's a sad thing to have lost, but it is like, I'm not. I'm not.
I didn't even think about that. The like needing for cheat sheets and guides
exactly,
and stuff,
right? And so you have to be really careful. You have to be so careful.
This week.
And the thing is like, it's like we design this thing and then think, oh, trading beasts is going to be fun, but then you realize that the horrific reality of what it will turn into. It's like, you know, but yeah, at least we're thinking about that kind of thing, like with more experience that we have now early, so that we don't sort of run into those problems. Exactly.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
I'm glad we've learned from past issues with that sort of trading.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, talking about some of the other new skills, we had the addition of the rower, which was teased quite some time ago, I think.
Yes.
But you've got it in and working now, and it looks like it's moving around pretty good.
Yes.
It's obviously... you've got like a big downside. If you get knocked off at heavy stun and stuff, you can't use melee from it, so it's for ranged attacks.
Yeah.
But it does seem like one of those
Chừng nào cái này mới kết thúc ta?
No one's going to use because it's a clear speed machine.
It is a concern. I mean, look, my ideal situation is that you're using it sometimes and not using it other times. Like, if you're using it like during clear, I think it will, you know, like you will definitely want to, but it's like, we want to just make sure that we've got, like, you know, sort of fun things like that. And like it's just a cool fantasy. Like, there's stuff like that I just want to get in, and it's like, you know, look, if it doesn't work later, if we have to nerf it, I mean, sure, I suppose, but you know, like, I want something like that to exist. You know, we believe that it is balanced. balanced as much as we can. As much as we can.
You sound very convinced.
Yeah, yes, it's balanced. It's balanced. It's balanced.
As I said earlier, you can probably get builds that get to the point of parrying indefinitely. So you can. That means you can probably get to the point of riding a roller indefinitely.
Sure,
right?
sure.
Again, enough evasion and enough stagger speaking into and all of that.
Yeah.
Well, fundamental question actually. Like, what's its move speed based on? Its own move speed?
The move speed is just your move speed. Like but it's what you don't get is the penalty for when you attack.
Yeah.
That's the thing. But it's funny though, because like even though it doesn't have a move speed bonus, it feels like you're motoring when you're using it, just because of the fact you don't get that downside anymore. Like you feel like the fastest thing on the planet.
It is
when you're doing.
Yeah, there are other like more mechanical benefits, like it's considered a companion, which is a kind of subclass of minion that we've added, where you can only have one of each one companion base is a keystone for another, but you can only have one of each type. So, like, you can have a tame beast and a rower with the keystone.
Oh, right, yeah.
But inherently, you can only have one companion.
Right, so you can't use a tame beast if you're using the rower.
And then there are heaps of passives for, like, if you have a companion, like companions while they're in your presence, and all that kind of stuff. Heaps of that stuff around the bottom of the tree.
Yeah, I saw you guys remade the minion damage, is player damage node on the tree. It's you companion damage nodes become player damage nodes, and I was like, oh, that looks like I'm going to take that.
Well, that's the, like, companion where it's, like, more the... mercenary over to ranger huntress is more like you want your one powerful minion, and benefiting that benefits you and you benefit it, and there's that synergy between you and your companions.
So since it is a companion, I like the idea of like balance wise maybe it ends up being that you're like map clearing on rollback and then you get to the boss and you dismount like old school mounted knights who charge into battle and then dismount and fight.
Yep.
So if it ends up like that seems like that would be a pretty cool balance for it.
That should be the best way to use it, I believe.
Với cái này mình roll back lại livestream để check lại những content nha. Điểm qua cái content.
It can attack, but I mean it's not exactly a huge damage source or anything.
It's certainly better to stay at ranged. It's not the most durable of birds.
But it acts as a distraction. Maybe it's
I mean it's a minion, right? Like it attacks things and does stuff.
Yeah, you can support it with minion supports to make it more durable and all of that. So
yeah. Oh, I mean there's the one that's like the minion takes 10% of the damage before you do. So sacrificial bird.
Yeah.
Poor little guy. So that sounds. I'm looking forward to playing around with that one then. Speaking of new content, 100 new uniques this time. So how many are you aiming for? Kind of in general, is this about really like filling that roster?
Well,
out?
we want to have every base type have a unique for the purposes of
outside of boss uniques.
Outside of boss uniques, we want every base type to have a unique that you can chance. And so that was the eventual goal. One of the things, of course, that we had that was sort of a problem in early access is that because of the way, because when we were designing uniques, we kind of designed them like in order from base type up, just literally because that's the way that like spreadsheets are arranged. It's like we ended up with all the low level uniques first, kind of before the higher ones, and it was kind of we didn't see that mistake coming. Like it was kind of stupid because
we thought we'd get
through them all, right? We were like, okay, we'll get all the uniques, and so we designed them all. It's like, okay, we'll start working on the art, just go down the list. So then we're like, oh crap, now we don't have very many in-game uniques. So this time we're like, okay, we really need to make sure that in-game uniques are a thing. There's way more of them. So the focus really is on making sure there's lots of cool stuff to find. Lots of really chase things that you can get. It's not.
You discovered the sort order changing in the spreadsheet.
It does help. But effectively, like you should. It should be a lot better, and like there's lots of cool stuff there.
And we're just gonna keep going with that. By the way, like, of course. Yeah. 100 now, 100 later, 100 next. Just keep going until kind of honestly, we never really stop making uniques. Like especially anyone familiar with Path of Exile 1's history, is every single expansion since the dawn of time has had new uniques added to it. So there's a lot there, and there's going to be a lot here eventually as well.
So then let's talk about the idea of like players seeing a unique and be like, 1x, that's not very good. What do you guys want uniques to be in Path of Exile 2? Like, how powerful should they be? What should they be aiming to do? And how should they affect the rares in that slot?
I mean, there's always a tension because we want rares to still matter. Like, we don't want just your character to be just only full of uniques. So it really is like the role can like can evolve. So at the start of the game, they're really supposed to be more about that. So the earlier game uniques are supposed to do two things. One of them is when you find them, they should be powerful for a little while.
Yeah.
But then also they have some kind of combo thing that you might be able to do with them at end game. But we don't always know exactly what that might be. Like, I mean, we've got sort of ideas, obviously, but it's like we don't necessarily design them to say, okay, this unique definitely has like an in-game build that's going to be actually strong to do with it. And that's because you're kind of putting in things where, later on, some other mechanic might come along or something might happen, and then people find an interesting interaction, and that's when the unique kind of comes into its own. And I mean, that's the same as like Magic card design philosophy, that kind of stuff. You just put in like kind of weird stuff and sort of, maybe you find something. But obviously it can mean that like, when people see a new unique, they might they dismiss it.
Sắp xong rồi, 9 phút nữa.
Also be paying vast amounts
Sắp hết hơi rồi.
So, but I feel like a game has to have that.
Gán lên nha anh em, 9 phút nữa nha anh em.
There's lots of interesting ways to experiment because like, it's like the feeling of being the first person to discover some new interaction is an amazing thing, and then when people see something that it like feels smart, and it's like if we don't have uniques that just take chances and do weird shit, we'll never have that kind of stuff happen.
Yeah.
When
we're designing a unique, we don't think about what's the value going to be.
Yeah.
We're not even coming out of it going like this is going to be really expensive or this is going to be really cheap.
Well, in some cases,
Well,
you knew what you were doing with that Herald unique.
No, I don't remember. It's more of the charm and. But that's the thing. Are you aiming for the? Honestly, someone said the other day they're like, "It's a successful unique is one that should be divisive," and I was like, I agree for the most part, but not every unique should fill that role. Some should just be clearly, this is powerful. I want it for sure. It is going to be on my build. And others are like, what can I do with this now? And then others are just like, we don't know if anyone's going to do anything with this. Throw it in. And sometimes it doesn't get anything happen with it for 3 years. But we don't know that necessarily. It's like, let's just take an experiment and throw it in there and let the players figure that out.
Yeah, I feel like you're with a lot of these uniques, you're designing a question. You're just like, I'm going to put something that's a little weird. Maybe someone will figure that out.
Well, I think as Rishi called it, it's a puzzle piece, right?
Yeah.
It's just a piece in the puzzle. You put it there, and maybe someone will complete the puzzle or half of it. Maybe not. And then others where it's just like, yeah, this is powerful.
Yeah.
Like,
there are definitely some chase uniques in this. In this
yeah, 100%.
Like, oh, definitely. Yeah.
So on chase uniques, then we've obviously had some like pretty crazy ones so far. Where do they want to be in terms of like how hard they are to get for players? Because at that point you do need to consider like how expensive they end up being.
It's really tricky. So whenever we're looking, so if there's a unique that's broken, I guess there's two responses, right? One of them is make it rare enough that you only get the brokenness after the point when you're at the point where you're supposed to get that, right?
Yeah.
Which is to say, like, post pinnacle boss type, like a late level of character development, right? And then the other response would be nerf the actual unique, and it honestly is a case by case. Like, I think that like Temporalis, for example, actually got nerfed in both ways. The actual unique was nerfed a little bit, I believe, although I don't believe it's maybe as much as what players might expect. But then also you've got whatever. But also we have made that one rarer.
It's still pretty crazy.
Oh, it's still crazy for sure. But the thing is like you want to chase stuff, right? So therefore you don't want to just go nerfing everything into the ground the moment that it's good. Therefore that one becoming rarer, I think, was the right answer there, because it was way too common. Due to
we had also the issues with there were three real issues. One is darkness at one point bypass.
So
all of a sudden a no-hit run. It wasn't a no-hit run.
Yeah.
You had guard bypass on a loss. So once again, a no-hit run is not a no-hit run. And then there was just like, well, how can anything hit you if you can kill literally everything on your screen in one frame, right? So those three problems, and so as the balance issue of not everything surviving for more than one frame due to a subset of builds, and those other two things go away, it becomes a lot rarer in itself. That it is much harder to acquire, require like very specific and ideally high skill gameplay. And then there's just like, well, it also was just too common, the relic that yielded it.
I mean, the expectation was that, because this is a hard challenge, most of the time when people try, they will fail. But the reality is once you get the ability to do it, you just trade for that thing and get it every time. So that's kind of meant that the rarity kind of didn't work like we thought. And, now that should be better in both ways.
Again, for the POE 1 players comparison, like it was far more common than Original Sin. which was the same role in POE 1's version of the Sanctum, just to give us some sort of comparison.
It's just much easier to actually reliably do it.
And it shouldn't have been that much more common.
Right.
Yeah, gotcha. So crafting really surprised me. You guys announced, I thought we'd maybe get like one little thing, maybe you'd do something with essences or something, but we've got essences coming out a lot more, it looks like. You've got, because you're violent, you can
so greater essences are going to be much easier to get. One thing we didn't mention in the video is that like omens are way more common, because I believe you made the change that there's an omen in every
2.5 times more common, I think.
than every thing. So like you've got stuff like that. Like we certainly knew that we needed to do more with what crafting stuff, and so we're kind of like, well, let's just make sure we're at least adding 3 or 4 things, like new things to. And,
every ritual will now have at least one omen in the window.
Amazing.
So you can know upon finishing a ritual, you're like, what is the omen I'm going to get, and hope it's a good one. And
love it.
Maybe most often it's not, but
But yeah, the greater essences, obviously, the Vile Orb thing makes it much more common. There's more sources of them with the map and everything like that. So that'll be happening more. And then, of course, there's the improvements to things like the runes. We've got higher level mods that you can get from them. There's like a ton more runes. There's like, we just wanted to expand the set, and having the kind of like the niche mods that you can get and craft on things, like it just needed more options. And it's sort of interesting because like some people say, oh, you don't have crafting in PoE 2 because we don't have a crafting bench, but it's like we actually have a huge number of crafting options, and the crafting being good kind of comes down to like how many of these kind of weird systems are there and how they can interact. But we just have to be really careful because you don't want to get to the point where ground items no longer matter. And I think PoE 1 kind of basically did get to that point for various reasons, where like people aren't caring about what's on the ground nearly as much. So we still want to make sure with every change we're making that they still use the ground stuff, that you're still excited for things on the ground, and so that's like a really careful balancing act, because they do directly contravene each other. Like the better stuff you can craft, the less important the ground stuff is. So it's a really sort of subtle balancing act. But I think that the stuff we've added here will definitely push things in a way where you feel like there's more smart things that you can do to kind of improve your stuff.
Yeah, well, I think done right, and what you're doing is making sure that the ground items do matter with each of these crafting systems. So you had the fundamental change where you can't just turn an item back into a white item.
Exactly, and that's very important. One of the biggest ones, I think. And that kind of then unlocks the ability to do more. And so the great thing about the socketables as a crafting system is that they don't compromise the ground at all, because they don't, they're on top of the stuff that you can get on the ground. So that's very good. But when it comes to the kind of the base mods, we do want to retain, that an item has. We do want to retain, for the most part, the kind of thing of like that part of the item generation is random. It's just that, it's just that on top of that, you get the more deterministic things that you can add in addition to. And then when you do it that way, it works really well. So socketables work really well as a crafting system for that reason.
Well, so on that topic, we've had this talking to you. It's like you're always saying to me that like this rune system is our crafting bench, but players don't keep asking for a bench anyway.
Right.
So obviously there's like a branding issue or a functionality gap.
It is funny, because I was actually saying the other day that like if we had literally had that system be identical, except that the way it was themed was that there's a crafting bench you go to and craft extra mods on the items, which literally be functionally the same, I think, and required materials that are effectively the runes that you get. Then I feel like people would be thinking that we've got a crafting bench. But yeah, ultimately that is that the rune systems, the socketables are what replaced the crafting bench in the PoE 1 style crafting bench.
And I guess it must have also been like with that initial kind of output of them was just not as many options as
100%
what you
as well.
had
So that is the
access
issue, and that's because they were relatively late in development. So now we're just sort of expanding that. We'll continue to add more socketables probably with every release, right? We'll add more categories of them, or do different things. It's like expanding the kind of type of mods, because there is a thing where it's the more like in the base mod pool for items, they can only do things that are really fundamental. And so anything that's kind of out there, we don't want to put in the base mod pool, because then you end up with this sort of situation where you get items that got random shit you don't care about. Like the crafting is where you want to have all of the kind of stuff that's like very build specific. And so adding more mods to that pool so that you can do that is the right idea.
Why is it that you can't socket and rune some things, like non-attack weapons, for example?
Well,
it was more just a choice for asymmetry, where we just wanted these things to feel different. There was also just like a little bit of a like, in the future we'll add some system where we can do something else there, and so just not having everything be completely identical, much like how the quality on those weapons works differently, where it affects the skill as opposed to just base damage.
I do think it is something that we should be probably looking into sooner rather than later, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the asymmetry things, it's good to have, like, not everything be super homogeneous, but because we're talking about the importance of it being that extra layer of control over your items, which you just don't have if you're doing spellcasting.
Maybe we'll add an Arcanist's bench and theme it that way for the
Okay, all right. You forced my hand. I have to bring this up now. Can we get some sort of like cohesive, all-in-one bench for disenchanting, salvaging, selling for gold, Arcanist benching at endgame? I get in the campaign having these things be separate, but I like at endgame, it's so much clicky.
You're not happy enough with them just being next to each other, putting them next to each other, and you know. No. Well, that's all right. I'll think about that one.
Okay, good. I planted the seeds at least.
Yeah.
Done my part.
Right.
There's ways.
Max, there's ways. I like the sounds of that.
Well, at least for endgame, like
that's
I don't want the world to not feel like it makes sense.
Absolutely.
So,
But
having it that you can just like
you've got your hideout where they're
it would have to be a hideout related thing.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, people putting NPCs within each other's personal space anyway, so the law goes out the window at that point.
For sure.
So we've also got Fractured, crafted via an orb from the cleansed monsters. How rare are those?
How do you quantify rarity like that? They drop from the monsters. I can't remember the exact number, but like I think I was kind of saying like 1 per biome, which is the kind of total blob of cleansed monsters. But then that obviously does get affected by things like pack size and all that on top of that.
So is that like 5 maps or something?
Well, it depends on how many of them you kill as corrupted.
Yeah,
because the ones you didn't cleanse while you were getting to the Nexus, those are the ones that then become cleansed. So you kind of have to choose, like when you go into a biome, am I going to beeline straight for the Nexus and then cleanse everything, or am I going to just fight them all as corrupted to get the rewards from that? So you're kind of choosing one reward or the other based on what you decide to run.
Okay, so you can kind of leave the Nexus for last if you want to.
Yes, if you want to
use it to try and get more fractured orbs.
Well, it's the other way around. Do Nexus first, then it cleanses all the maps, and then now you can get the most chance at fractured orbs, or you can fight them corrupted before going to the Nexus if you want to get the rewards that the corrupted maps have.
And we have like for example, the corrupted bosses have their own uniques now.
Yeah, so you're gonna want that skill.
There's a bunch of new modifiers. How they, so there's like random corrupted strongbox kind of things and all of that stuff. So you kind of really are like, I'm gonna have a look at the mods. I like this. I'm gonna do this, then this, then this, then the Nexus, and then I'm gonna do the rest cleansed.
Does the cleansed boss have its own uniques as well?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
It does have. It guarantees a fractured orb though as well.
Oh, okay. So you can get the boss.
And you'll display if you hover over the map and it says like contains, I can't remember his name. Then you run it and kill it, you will get a fractured orb. So at least you will know that will drop one.
Yeah. So with the fractured orbs being away fracturing, that's obviously super powerful for crafting. Are there any fractured items dropping pre-fractured? I quite liked that.
I think we went with no in the end.
Yeah,
we were going to do it, but then we decided not to. But we might do it later.
Yeah. So an extra add-on. Is there a particular reason for it, or thought process?
There just kind of wasn't anything that really fit that exactly. I think
at some point you'll want some new thing to
go
in
probably.
This
personally, I would rather just drop more orbs. Honestly, and let people choose how they want to use them.
I like it from the perspective of dropped items matter. Like when you're seeing a rare,
they kind of already do. They kind of do here anyway because
they do.
Because you need that as the thing of the fracture. So it's kind of not necessary, I think.
There's other little subtle things, like for example, the cleansed monsters within cleansed maps can't drop equipment as a little thing. So they have much higher. Obviously, they're dropping things more like waystones, tablets, currency. They don't get to drop any of the armor or anything, so they're more like currency sources as like an interesting subtle thing.
If you want more currency, then play cleansed maps.
So we're gonna have a lot more essences, a lot more omens, potentially ability to get fractured, recombination with the new, more accessible at low and mid tier
design
recombination.
4.0.
This is yes, recombination has certainly undergone some changes. This is a huge leap forwards compared to 0.1's crafting.
For sure.
So was it just about that you had to establish that really like humble baseline for crafting so that you could then go crazy with it like
honestly, I mean, look, on some level it can just be, like you need an economy, you need to see how things evolve, we just don't want to do too much at once. I mean, although this may seem like quite a lot. I mean,
it does,
but the thing is like, but in terms of the initial system, it's like if we'd have had all that at the start, I think that we wouldn't have been like, we'll put it this way, it is hard to take the stuff away, so that's why we have to be a little bit careful as we do this.
Yeah, I guess you needed to kind of assess the fundamental things like the no scours, the no ults, and stuff like that as well, because then you can have a better idea of how to build off that,
Mhm.
which I'm super excited for. Crafting.
But of course, and if
actual
you
crafting.
know us, like more, there'll be more. There's always going to be
Oh
more.
yeah. Oh, you gotta have a new craft for every league, right? That's how it is these days.
Oh, yes.
I expect a crafting system for every league. Thank
Yep,
you.
something like that.
That's somewhat actually our intention. So
Yeah.
I love it. Love it. Perfect. So let's talk about Endgame then, because that had some humble origins as well with the initial implementation of PoE 2's Endgame. Obviously trying some new things, being a bit experimental, not necessarily just wanting to copy PoE 1's Endgame. But how far of your vision was 0.1's Endgame? Was it what you want?
I would say that the main problem that we had is there wasn't enough overlapping axes of randomness, as we call them, where effectively you need to have it so that when you go into a map, there's just chances for random shit occurring, and then that random shit like might happen alongside some other random shit, and then now the thing together is like a new scenario. So I mean, effectively,
Random
like
shit squared.
yeah, exactly, right. So it's like if you look at what we actually added here in terms of like encounters, if you will, whatever that means to you, like we've added kind of more than 40, probably something approaching 50 encounters, and that's if like if you count things like each rogue exile is a separate one, and each like spirit's a different one, and things like that, right? So those are the things. But the big difference between the ones we had before and the ones we have now is that most of these ones can overlap with other things. So you have a situation where you've got the Asmeri Wisp that like happens to infect the unique boss of the area, and then that leads to a combat situation that you haven't had to deal with before, or then like you've got some essence thing that like or like, oh crap, that like this other wisp like caused the thing to turn into a boss that then it's just like it's all that stuff combining, or like what happens when this goes with a with a unique strongbox, and it's like all that combining stuff, and that's what leads to the situation where you've got an exponential explosion of like possible combat situations, and then sometimes you just run into stuff that you've never seen before because of that, because of this combined in some interesting way. And that's something that definitely PoE 1 has got very well, because it's got so many of these things that have been added over time. And it's also something that we took care to make sure that each league specifically did. So what PoE 2 lacked was, I think, that. And so that will mean, I think, that the endgame is overall just much more engaging. Now, obviously, we're going to be adding more content and more of the other stuff, but fundamentally, it's like it was specifically more of that type of stuff that we needed to do. And honestly, I don't think we've even got enough yet. Like, we want even more. We'll keep on adding that stuff, but it needed to become a focus. And I think part of the reason is that when we're first working on the end game, it's like we need to come up with the big ticket items, right? Like what are the the league things and like the maps, and we need to come up with all that stuff. And so it's the little detaily kind of things that kind of a little bit require a bit more like time and stuff to work on, even though they're actually like relatively efficient to make. Like we can make a lot of them when we do actually sit down and design them, because they're like making a new strongbox, like sure it's work, but it doesn't take like that long, if you know what I mean. But it is but it is that stuff that really adds all the flavor and kind of interest. So we'll just be continuing to do that through the game. And I mean, even yesterday we were having a conversation about like making it so more of the maps, even just like regular maps, have more interesting just little things that happen in them and stuff like that. Like more like what the campaign has.
Love that.
So we haven't like got there yet, but like as through early access, will definitely be just like introducing more of those little details, the interesting things happening.
Yeah, so a bit like those exploration mechanics in campaigns.
100%, yeah, exactly. That's just, we just want to make sure that you feel that same way through the in game as well,
and with the leagues as well.
Yeah,
and like there's really only so much randomness that can occur
cái
within the
hơi nguy
region
hiểm
of
mà
map,
cần
so
phải
they
coi
won't
lại
feel
nha anh
like
em ơi.
repetitive. Whereas and again in PoE 1 you had the boss that could spawn occasionally. You had 5 different factions, things like that. And it is very much our intention to expand on all the leagues, to have way more random things occurring, mini bosses spawning, whatever else. I have a whole set. I don't want to spoil them all yet because that's a whole later thing. But definitely want to expand on all that. Even Expedition only has the one boss. It had 4 in the predecessor. Like we need to get back to having all of that depth and all of combat and all of those mechanics, and it'll help hugely, while also making sure we're adding new ones, of course. But what we definitely have learned is that our minimum standard for new ones is going to it should include all of these things from the get-go.
Right.
Otherwise we're just signing ourselves up for like, here's 1,000 things we need to improve. Right. It'd be nice to actually get some of them finished. So that's going to be a goal going forward for sure.
But I think it's like, it is where our type of design shines, because like adding content is no longer a process of like, we work on a thing and then the players get to play, like it gets into a situation where like adding content is more value than just the content itself. It like because it adds to everything else too, and so that kind of makes it feel like the world gets like larger in much larger proportion than what you have, and so like it's an n squared thing where like the square of all the stuff we add. So that, like basically
Anh em có
it'll
nghe
feel
nô
like it's
Martin
ramping
Minh
up
Rì
in
không
terms
anh
of
em?
interest as we add more content rather than just feeling like you're just continuing like rather than every league feeling like you just add the same amount. It'll feel like it gets even bigger each time.
Yeah, like when you add Asmeri Wisps, that's not just about adding that. It interacts with all the other things that already exist that it can go ahead and affect. So that's tackling one of the ultimately I think the biggest things is just that like the core basic mapping of running an empty map was boring, and that's never what you want to be, obviously.
Yeah, we used to get it.
So like some of the issues there, I guess, as well that were exacerbated by that problem was the fact that the maps were so big and that there were so many of them. Obviously, that's getting a lot better with the maps themselves becoming much more interesting. But it seems like this corruption and cleansing mechanic is breaking up and giving you something to progress through as you move towards the next tower or next boss or next other mechanic. I mean, I guess there's always something on your screen that you're pushing towards, it looks like.
Well, we want to try and honestly, I don't even think we're even quite there yet. Like, we really want to make it so that you feel like there's lots of quests, as it were, in endgame. Like, not necessarily directly in the form of like here is a quest objective, but like that you sort of have this feeling of like there's like different stuff that you're like that you feel like there's a thing, like exactly right. You need to ideally like every time you do one of those, it's like there's another one just on the horizon that you're thinking about. So if we can achieve that, then we'll have succeeded. But it'll need to keep adding stuff, right? Like just more and more things, because obviously you need to have enough just core there to be able to get to the point of it doesn't feel like you're just repeating the same thing over and over again as well.
It seemed like this like explorable world map thing that you did for Endgame, being like looking like a physical actual map, was really wanting us to explore, but that wasn't really much of that. So you kind of
well, I mean, ideally we can. It's just about content really at that point. You just need to add more and more, and we'll keep on adding more. And this 100%
get more.
And 0 to 0, I think, goes a long way to improving that for sure.
So with the corruption mechanic now, you're going to see some corruption on the map, and you're going to want to go there because it's a system that you can interact with.
Exactly,
and it's your skill points.
yes. So you're unlocking skill points from that, which means you're unlocking more of the Atlas tree earlier on.
Your first Nexus, you have to run at a tier 1 map. And it will drop 2 skill points. It'll give you your first 2 skill points.
Awesome.
And then you're like, all right, where's my next Nexus? That's where I'm going for my next 2. And then your next one, and you have to do them 1 tier higher every time. So the second one you got to do at tier 2 to get your skill points and so on and so forth.
It's not just grind 10 maps.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Good. I love it.
So yeah, it is very much like let's go and clear these corrupted Nexus, and then it's like and there's the whole mechanic around it. But yeah, if you want to just like I want to get my points as fast as possible, just go Nexus to Nexus to Nexus and get as many as you can. And if you're like, I can't see any Nexus, maybe go to a tower to reveal more, and then which you're doing way less frequently, mind you, thank goodness.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a lot more objective driven as opposed to just again random grind and random exploration. There's at least, and you should be seeing a pretty decent chunk of unique maps.
I was going to ask,
I call them
unique
maps.
It's funny because I was pointing out to Mark the other day that the distinction between a unique map and a there is no distinction anymore. We shouldn't even look at it that way. Like, it should be that every map is like unique in some sense.
There's not a unique map.
There's not a unique map.
We do have an icon for it because they are kind of in a different echelon. Yeah. But yes, technically, unique map is a name that's a holdover from POE 1.
Yeah, because you can use mods with them with waystones anyway, so it doesn't. There's no actual reason for a unique to be any different than a normal map.
You can craft it and enhance
it. It really just comes down to how rare they are relative to other things, right? So.
And how rare are they?
I mean,
maybe in
so hard to
terms
explain.
of player screen.
Yeah, I mean, look, as I said, I think
how many screens?
How many? I had the numbers, I just don't remember them.
Well, I mean, as I said, they should be common enough that you feel like there's always some kind of objective you're excited about on the screen, right?
Honestly, more common than I was initially comfortable with, and then after trying it, I was like, okay, actually, this is this is reasonable. So
yeah, I feel like you initially probably want them to be common enough that you're like almost getting tired of those map layouts, so then you're incentivized to add more.
The good thing is, by the way, by adding more here, we didn't just keep them the same commonality as the 2 that existed.
Yeah,
they are just more common. It's not like the reason. Part of the reason it wasn't as common before is because there was only 2, and that would have just been repetitive and boring. One of the other restrictions is that the Vault of Kamasa was restricted to the Val City biome, so to speak, and that was one of the Citadel biomes. That's like one of the rarest and latest,
Yes.
So it's like we've not only made that more common within that biome, but a lot of the new ones, in fact, all of the new ones aren't restricted to those city biomes, and thus they are appearing more frequently. And some of them are like, you want deserts because they give you the essence map, or you want the mountain because they can give you this and that, So like, ideally there's a little bit of just like, you see the edge of a desert and you're like, oh my god, please.
Yes, okay. So that's what I was going to say. This like idea of exploration is like, I felt there needed to be something biomes where like you're actually pushing into a biome, because there's that one node that like affected your drop slightly, but obviously that's not much.
The one that was the shattered lakes, for example, as you can probably imagine, only spawns in the water biome. And so there's a little bit of like, and so does Untainted Paradise, and so does one other. So there are actually 3 special maps that can spawn only in the water. So go to the water.
And otherwise, how easy is it to find? You said there was an icon. Obviously, you kind of have an idea of what biomes. Is it like also something that's pretty visually
there's art there,
spottable on the map?
So the one we looked at with the megaliths, which had all the storm and lightning, well, on the map it has a bunch of storm and lightning.
Cool.
So
That's awesome. Cute. That's great. So we mentioned the Atlas passive tree, and you're seemingly, I think, you're getting better progression of that. But definitely an issue I had with it personally was that it felt very top heavy, both for the core one and also especially for the league mechanics, where like the league mechanics, you don't get points until you kill the bosses, which to me feels like the end of it for most players.
That kind of was the original pitch of that, and I wouldn't say that's really changing here, but there is more we want to do with that, and I think that it could be made better, but 020 isn't getting a change there to that side. But in terms of the actual core Atlas, it definitely is. Like you're getting that earlier. There's more. It's a bigger tree. There's more interesting stuff.
There's subtle changes to getting them, in the sense that, like, for example, the difficulty 0 pinnacle bosses are way lower life.
Well, that's actually
now.
good. That's actually a very good point. So yes, difficulty 0 is now like half the life that it had before, and so that's like a pretty substantial
difficulty
change.
4 is currently the same,
Mm.
as what it was before. So it's same top end, but like easy, more accessible for more people at the bottom end.
Right.
And then also because of like due to the reliquary key working the way it does, all pinnacle bosses can drop all uniques at all difficulties, except they are like substantially less common at difficulty 0, but you feel way less bad for running them at that point now.
Right.
So again, it's just opening that up to a lot more people to farm, and it's not so much dependent on if your build can't do difficulty 4, you're not really a viable character kind of mindset.
So much more easy onboarding for those.
Which will give you your first sets of points certainly a lot easier now. That being said, not if you're playing the most broken build of all time, because you're probably nerfed into the ground, let's be real. So with your new build, we'll have to see how that balance goes.
With their new broken build.
Sure.
One of those
spectre builds.
Spectres, Anyway, the ultimate point being, you're certainly going to get those initial set of points easier than before. However, you are right. Something isn't quite right there still, and I do need to kind of explore.
We are going to do more with this like later. We've talked about this issue, but we didn't have time to do anything about it in 020 as much. But certainly by the end of early access, I think that system will probably look quite different.
Part of it also, as we were talking about before, adding all those extra bits of content to the leagues, it'll help give more interest to the trees and more nodes we can add to actually invest into. Because if you think about a breach, there's only so much you can actually modify right now. Right, there's a level of radius, speed, density of monsters, and like there's the standard stuff with monsters, but like you can only go so far when you don't have all of that depth of different factions and different bosses and different mini bosses and different itemizations or additional things with catalysts and whatnot. Like you are quite limited in how expansive a tree can be, and so it'd be nice to get those things in and also kind of look at the trees at the same time and reevaluate how that works, just so we can have them be more interesting while we're at it.
Right.
But yeah.
And now with the pinnacle bosses, if you're like halfway through a level, you don't need to. Oh, maybe I'll do that when I get the rest of the level now.
Yes, that was a good change. So yeah, as you were saying, you no longer gain experience or lose experience anymore from pinnacles, so you could just feel free to do them anytime. I think that's just a straight up upgrade, and I think that it's not like you were playing pinnacle bosses for experience.
No.
So it does the downside is not an issue really.
It also is the nice thing of really just keeping, like, if we add more leagues, for example, and we end up with a Domain of Timeless Conflict problem, where it's just like rotations to max level, like ultra
Yes,
ultra
we
quick.
don't want that type of content to be the way you
now
level.
we can say like maps are the way you level, like that is what you're doing. And sure, you might get some sort of unique map rotation here, and maybe not, I don't know, depends. But hopefully we can avoid that. But either way, like it's just really you're playing in maps to level, and that's what you're doing.
It's
and there's something
that's
nice
not
about
itemized
that.
content, right?
At least until we've added Delve.
Well, sure. I mean, there will be future parallel in-game systems.
Confirmed.
Right?
I know you want to do something with Delve. Yes. You're a fan. I mean, you made the end game look like Delve, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's been a long-term problem, and one we need to properly apply to the other game as well. The whole can't do my content because I got a level, and I'm like, even if you're only like 15% in, you're like, oh.
Yeah. It's just not as bad. Yeah. It's just not as bad in POE1 because the leveling is faster.
Yeah, it's
so
true.
It hasn't been on our radar as much.
So speaking of like map progression, there's been some fundamental changes there. You're telling me that now you can no longer drop maps below your current level of map.
It's correct. So yes, you no longer get if you're playing a T5 map, you're only going to get T5 maps, or if there's a boss there, a T6 map. But we've also smoothed the way the whole progression works. So we've actually the map drops are way less random now entirely. When you kill the last rare in a map, that has it can affect. At T1, that was a 100% chance to drop another map of the same tier. And then as you go up the tiers, you can still sustain that using Waystone chance. So effectively, it's de-randomized that a lot. And then there are several ways that you can get upgrades. So in terms of like going up the tiers. So one of them is that when you kill a boss, that's a guaranteed +1 upgrade. Then of course you can still cube them up, 3 to 1 recipe to go up a level, or you can run it corrupted. And if you're running a corrupted map, then because it drops the same tier, that's like a sort of guaranteed. When I say corrupted, I mean the one that
Varlorb corrupting up
+1. That lets you do the run them the same level as well. So you've kind of got those two options, but it's much more intentional now. It's like if you're going up maps, it's like you're deciding, okay, this is a thing I am doing. You don't just kind of have that like it doesn't just happen. So it's kind of supposed to make the jump like. If you're just looking to sustain, you can do that, pretty much guaranteed. And unless you're dying more than the number of times you've got portals, which is obviously the thing now that you can go through portals again, the sustain is going to be a lot easier if you are dying. But then it's like once you've achieved that, it's like you effectively can sustain forever. Like the cases where people just drop off the bottom and have issues should be like way less common.
Ultimately, it's way less random, way more deterministic. And ultimately you can, as long as you are able to do the not die all the time, you will sustain that tier forever.
Right.
Assuming you can roll enough, that high enough mod count, and there is a boss here. I'm going to go up a tier. And you go for the boss, you kill the boss, you go up a tier.
And if you
and then you sustain that tier forever as long as you can do the difficulty. It's just very clean.
And if you're adding more mods, which you do need to be doing to continue to maintain 100%. Ability to go up tiers, then and if you're doing that early, you're getting more maps than what other people are getting, which means you can do the cubing as well. Like it's just kind of like it just much more effectively gets the thing where good players can advance at the right speed, normal players don't fall off the bottom of the curve. It kind of solves all of those issues without, but also you're not going to have just like hordes of low level waystones that you don't need as well. So
and just no, it does. There are still. You can get to the highest tiers relatively quickly. You have to prove you're good enough, your character's good enough, but if you're doing it, you get there, right? It's pretty quick, and you can take it at your own leisure as well, and that's completely fine. So it's not like, oh, we've made it way longer to get to tier 15, like none of that is really the case. It's just that before you could luck into getting to tier 15 quickly, with some level of, biasing the luck, of course. Or you could just be like, what the heck, I'm like constantly running out and have a really bad time.
Right.
And so now it's just way, way more like predictable, and honestly, it probably has way more of an impact on the sustain problem, which we didn't really, which we talked about, which is the respawning. I would argue this thing has like way, way, way more impact on map sustain than the respawning does. I mean, obviously, if they're paired, then they relate.
You need both because because the guaranteed drop comes from the final rare. So if you were just dying, you would never get it. So the respawning is necessary in order to make it so that that's going to happen for players who and obviously as it gets more difficult, and you get less portals, you start to get to the point where you're going to run into trouble. But if you're a good player, you should be able to get up into the top and sustain very well.
Yep.
You mentioned the idea of maps dropping magic by default.
Yes.
Is that something you're still doing, or?
I believe it is. But no, actually, wait. But there wasn't a concern about that, which I wanted to talk to you about later.
Maybe not.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later because the concern was raised that I think is valid. So we were going to make it so that maps drop magic and above, but there might be issues, so we'll discuss that. later on.
Well,
non-decided.
Yeah,
undecided. Yeah.
Undecided, yeah.
You thought it was decided. I just
Got a week left.
Yeah, we've got a week left. It's fine.
Still figuring.
Mhm.
It sounds like much more deterministic progression
But
if
yes,
you're
that's
able to
the main
prove
thing.
the power that you have.
That's
Well,
the main
it
thing.
just should be, am I strong enough to do this? Yes, I can do it.
Right.
Not, am I lucky enough to do this, and
Yeah.
am I strong enough to do
Mhm.
this?
Great.
One of those axes, get out of here.
Love it. So we've got rogue exiles populating the maps now. How common are these guys, especially with unique, since you get their unique guaranteed? I love that. The whole
It's 1 in 8%, 1 in 12.5 to start with, but of course Atlas Tree be Atlas Tree. So you can spec into that. And
is there like a map modifier for that or something to guarantee it? Or something
there
like that?
are. I think in this case, this one is the exception, whereas you can get normally guaranteed of the other things. We wanted the exiles to be one that you can't just guarantee all the time.
They don't always have uniques.
Yeah.
But when they do, they're using them. The AI is very cool, like how it works.
I mean,
with
they can
them.
have
Nuts.
0, 1, 2. I mean,
Yeah.
there's nothing stopping them from having uniques in every slot.
What?
But like, it is.
There's a chance of that would be.
It is
incredibly low.
absurdly rare.
I assume it's
yeah.
just roll per slot, basically, right?
Yeah, it is
it's roll per slot.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
you
we're talking
might have
like
a line of just
fraction
like,
of a fraction of a percent
Yeah,
for like
exactly.
all of them, but
Yeah.
still like 5 or something like that. Yeah.
can happen.
But they have quite a lot, like, because they're a player, the assumption is that their other gear is also relatively good, so they do generally drop more biased towards dropping higher tier rares and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
they're doing that like full set of items because
Yep,
you've killed a player.
yep.
Cool, I like that. I always love that little thing. I feel like it's even more important here in PoE2, so
Right.
that's awesome. But just some of those
Yeah.
will be unique, maybe.
We wanted them to be less common than the other content, but like way more exhilarating when you find them.
Yeah.
But of course, again, you can speak into them at the cost of other things. That's your choice.
Cool. Is there going to be some sort of like warning that they're coming, or are you going to know they're in the map ahead of time, or are you just going to get ambushed by these guys? Leaf zone from off
You
screen.
won't know they're in the map ahead of time, much like anything random you run into.
But they talk though, and they'll say something
So
before they.
They monologue before they murder you.
They do.
Don't know if I'd go to quite the level of
Again, when I
monologue.
said
but
some
sure.
when I said some insult you, I'm not joking. Like some do literally insult you, and I believe one of the monks is a pacifist, and he's like, I don't want to do this. Don't force my hand. He'll do it anyway. But,
I'm not.
yeah.
I'm just. You're just like running away.
Yeah,
He's like,
exactly.
don't make me
Don't
do
force my
this."
hand. Yeah, exactly.
well, look, you can just run away. You know, I really like the here's an occasional spike in difficulty, and again, it's important that they are relatively rare for that reason as well. But I do want it to be when you find one, you are very excited to kill it, and of course, even though they portal out, you still have your number of portals you have. So unless you're running like a full 6 modded Waystone, just get back in there, and he's gone, but or whatever, you've lost your uniques or non-uniques, whatever they had, but either way, just move on, you know.
I mean, you guys were somewhat forgiving with this. You didn't make it so that they take your items.
Yes, that would have been good.
That's an event at some
Don't
point.
give me that
perhaps.
idea.
That's maybe a 1 week event or something in the future.
It'd be
And
pretty
it's like,
easy to do.
just take one of your items. And then you got a nemesis system where you can find them and try and get it back in the future.
And you had the tame rogue exile gem.
I don't know if tame's the right word.
Higher exile. You run up and
Yeah.
you can quickly be like, take $1 million gold.
Like,
And like,
just give me a little snack. Like, yeah, you want to follow me?
I mean, to be fair, that would be a fun system.
It actually would. That's actually not a bad
Running
idea.
up and just being like, hey, I'm here, give me 100,000
Oh.
gold and I'll be your ally. Is kind
You,
of,
I know you've
come on.
tinkered with the idea of a hireling system at points
Yeah,
in the
well, we
past, so now you've got your mercenary hireling system, right? Rogue Exiles. They recruit the one with good uniques.
We'll see. We'll see.
Going down a little bit of a rabbit
Yeah.
hole here.
Yeah.
So we did have some league mechanics come over from Path of Exile 1 to Path of Exile 2. You're going to be looking to port more over. Are you going to be doing some unique ones that we haven't seen before?
I mean, we're definitely going to be doing more unique ones that are, that are just completely different outside of what we've done in PoE 1. Absolutely. But I mean, I think that like sort of the hope in the long term is that each, like, as we kind of get, past the end of early access and as we're sort of, just going out, that each time we do something, we're both adding a completely new league mechanic, but also potentially bring something back as well, kind of like as another additional kind of like, here's another fun thing. So that's probably sort of what I imagine will happen. But it kind of really is case by case. Like some things we don't want to bring back, some things we do, like, and my opinion can change on a dime as well. Like if someone suggests like a new way to interpret something, then I might be like, oh, actually that is great. So, it honestly, people assume that we have a full plan of literally everything, but it's like in reality, it's like it's very much responsive to like what's happening, and like the actual plan relates to the things that like are definitely happening, right? You know, you're talking acts, you're talking classes, you're talking like all that stuff is like definitely, you know, like that's happening. It takes a long time to produce. It sort of happens in the background. You've got outsources, armies of people kind of working on that stuff, and then all the kind of like more incidentally stuff is very much like, oh, you know, let's do something cool. Let's just make this. What if we do this? You know, and we don't have a, you know, I don't have a plan for the next, you know, 12 strong boxes. It's just, you know, just come up with an idea and like, you know, that's cool. You know, just a fun little project for a designer to work on.
How do you feel like some of the ones that were, I felt somewhat definitively part of Exile 1 in terms of clear speed, like Breach, for example, have settled into PoE 2? Do you feel like they're in a good spot, or were they a good idea to bring over to the game?
Look, I think Breach is, I mean, look, Breach is fun, right? I certainly wouldn't want to remove it. I don't know about, like, I mean, there's probably been some balance changes to it.
I mean, it was spawning too many.
It has.
Yeah, let's just say that without a doubt.
It's much better now to PoE 2 standards, yeah.
It's like currently on PoE 2, it's just too out of control. It just needs to chill.
Right.
There was a little bit of an assumption made where it was just like, well, you'll get overwhelmed by monsters and it's more a matter of survive as long as you can. And then, of course, because you get self-propagating herald builds that are just literally can kill anything.
Which, by the way, heralds don't self-propagate anymore. Just get that out of the way right now.
The power of the characters kind of
yeah
distorted the league balance in a way where it's like we have to, you know, make some changes. So yes, like it's coming down a bit.
I think we saw that one coming.
Yeah, well, 100%. I mean, look, there's a lot of things that people will say they saw coming, but it certainly does end up being the case that like the patch notes are, you know, so by the way, we aren't releasing them at the end of this live stream. We're going to be releasing them next week. But they are going to feel like a bit of a nerf fest for sure, because like there's a lot of things that needed to get.
Let's talk balance.
Yeah. All right.
My expectations and anticipations are that this first one is going to be an absolute wrecking ball of chaos and carnage, and see where things land.
Yeah.
But then maybe over time it'll become a sledgehammer, and then like a fine carpenter hammer.
Sure, that definitely should be the case.
As I said earlier, it's like 10,000 things will change this time. 5,000 things will change next time. Then hopefully we can halve it every single time.
People should really be going in with the expectation that like nothing they knew about how the game was balanced before is the same. Just forget everything you know. Like, you know, exactly. So basically we'll that kind of just means that like, you know, everyone who's finding builds, like do it again. Like you are going to find more shit that is like outrageously broken again, but it is not going to be the same shit that was broken before.
Attribute stacking, get out of here.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, it's the hope is though that yes, you're right. It'll stabilize to the point, and like it will take time, but we will get to the point where we no longer have things that are easy to become outrageous with. Right, like the idea is like it shouldn't be that you can just slap a combination of supports together and then like you're just like destroying pinnacles in 14 seconds. You know, like it should be that.
14's a long time.
Yeah, okay, sure. But
you mean 14? That sounds like terrible.
Yeah,
exactly. That's not even on PoE.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying is with no items, right? But anyway, so the point is that like the first time you fight a pinnacle, it should be a bit of a fight. But then of course you do get back to the ability after, you know, like when like kind of like continuing to expand, like continue to develop your character post pinnacle to the point of being able to annihilate them in seconds.
Yeah.
But it's just like that has to be earned. It can't just be that like just a combination of supports that you can get trivially will do that.
Or like a common unique, you know, and then that's it.
Yeah, exactly,
you know,
right? So, but it can be. But once again, but if you get Temporalis, you know, it's like, well, now, you know, like now you've got some shit going on. But it really has to be that, you know, there is an economic factor involved in becoming ridiculous.
Yes.
And so it's when that's not the case that we have a problem that we need to hit shit with a big giant balance sledgehammer.
Yeah. So originally I was going to come in and like ask about all the specific things, but we just assume that like it's not going to be chaos. So I like the idea instead of focusing on kind of like your core. What are you aiming for? What are your goals? What are your metrics? So a number of like damage / how fast you kill a pinnacle boss.
Yeah,
that you're aiming for, and then how much players can exceed that, and you're like.
Yeah. So it really should be that you're not killing, as I said, not killing pinnacle bosses that fast at the moment. Like a good sort of benchmark for like just a guy walks in and like has kind of got something that's like not stupid, but also nerf you territory at some point. So that's kind of like the thing. Now, it's worth mentioning that like we've lowered like the life of pinnacle bosses to get that to be right, and sort of things like the difference between a T15 boss and a pinnacle boss was just way too much. So that has been that's been sorted out. Like it's things like that we just need to sort of get things in the right place here. So that's a sort of expectation. Now, obviously, people are going to still find ways to get 10 million DPS somehow, I'm sure, even though we're like nerfing many things. But the thing I think that when we're talking about nerfs and how we want to do, my key thing that I want to try and achieve always is that whenever we're nerfing something, we're only nerfing the thing that was particularly like we're nerfing as little as possible to make it so that the average Joe who works in and just tries to do stuff is not getting affected by it.
Yeah.
Like it should only be the like ridiculously broken synergy thing that kind of like has some way of dealing with it that's actually affected by this. And I'm struggling to think of an example off the top of my head. Maybe you've got some of like, you know, a way that a targeted nerf that kind of like...
I mean, like say lightning conduit, you're not going to reduce the base damage of it because someone's able to hit for 150 million with one hit from it. Like that comes from the compounding like top end levels of exposure, stacking, conductivity, and more so shock effect, right? So it's more about like take away from the shock effect scaling side of things there and increase the base damage even, you know, like do changes like that where it's like for an average person it's now better, and for someone who is absolutely abusing's not the right word because like they're doing the right thing technically by their standards, that are using all those extreme factors, you know, bring those down a little bit, keep those regulated, and like it'll increase the average user's experience while narrowing, you know, bringing this down and bringing this ideally up a little bit in a lot of cases.
I like the idea that I felt it's somewhat reassuring to hear that there was actually kind of like a math here. Like ultimately you're saying bosses have X amount of hit points. It has 500k hit points, and so we expect players around 50. Yes,
right.
So that's a clear number. Like we know that. Oh yeah, and we're okay with you killing that like 10 times faster than we expect.
Right.
But it's when you get it down to 1 second.
Exactly.
Then we're
10 times is fine, right?
And the problem with the more DPS you have, it is now I have to dodge less.
Yeah.
I get more crowd control.
There's a snowball.
You know, it is. It really is. So you're always going to be incentivized to do that, and you get to this weird thing where now it's just like, okay, well, I think you after a while was like, I haven't actually seen a pinnacle boss fight that lasted more than 2 seconds.
That was really sad to me. Probably the saddest thing about the early access launch to me was seeing the first pinnacle boss fight, and it just like, and it's like, oh, you know, like it's like nobody had to care about the mechanics. The first time
I gave it so many skills.
Exactly, right? Like there were so many skills and all these things, and it's like none of it mattered. It's like that's sad.
Yeah.
So yeah, we ideally was in a situation. Now I hope that doesn't happen again, but honestly, it's probably wishful thinking.
As I said, 10,000 things before, there's still going to be
there's still going to be more, and it will happen every time, and
It's-
people will find stuff, and
Look, this again, by the end of early access, I want to say we're going to be in a real fucking good spot with this in a way that is not going to have so much abusive stuff, and getting rid of that whole I feel like I have to play X. Like,
Yes, it is that
very
100%
demoralizing to players when they
Yeah.
played their thing,
Yes.
and all of a sudden something comes out and they're like, oh.
And so the way you will know that we're successful is because you get more diversity in classes, because it means that there's no longer the thing that everyone has to play because it's easy to be
I mean,
successful.
you definitely saw that where it's like the comments of any build guide. It's like, oh, another Archmage build. Oh,
Exactly.
it's just Heralds again.
Exactly.
It's like this isn't even a build. This is just Herald again.
You go look at like what are all crossbow people playing, and crossbows is actually the least used weapon type, and so you specifically start there, and you're like, okay, well here's a bunch of people using these skills. Oh, hand of wisdom in action, hand of wisdom in action, hand of wisdom. Okay, well never mind. The crossbows are relevant, right?
Yeah. Even without stat stacking, still better.
Yeah,
than
and it's like, okay, well, you know, obviously take some away from there, and then it's like, okay, well, what are you left with? Well, you're still left with probably crossbows are bad. So, what do you have to do? And it's like, you know, crossbows now, for example, just a quick change is like instead of using one-handed damage mods for added damage, they use two-handed and their base damage. And then all the skills now have a higher growth per level because they scale with other external factors like attack speed less because they have the reload time. So they will be getting more damage per level, whereas before most skills were very consistently growing per level. So almost every spell would get the same amount of damage per level regardless of everything else it had. And this is how you got things like Spark just being the dominant skill, you know, out of control, because it scales not only that, it scales obviously the number of projectiles kind of out of control, and with projectile and duration and other multiplicative scaling factors, you'll end up with just like, well, of course I'm just going to spark everywhere. And so now it's like, well, spark has these other multiplicative things, so it should get less damage per level. And this was in PoE 1 and was the right answer, and we somehow didn't replicate that exact thing that we did.
Yeah, everything just had the same damage growth.
Yes, we end up with exactly the same. So now every single skill we're looking at it and going, you're going to scale more, you're going to scale less, you're going to scale more on the damage axis because they have other things that scale.
And this just means that, like, when you're asking, well, what skills have changed? Well, the answer is literally all of them.
Yes.
Like, no skill will have the same damage as before. It's like a complete, a complete rebalance of the whole thing.
Expectation-wise, it means that any skill that didn't have a lot of things you could do for it will get more damage.
Yeah, that should be the case. But I mean, even as well, like when we're looking at things like, I sort of mentioned it vaguely before, but like I'm trying to make sure, like we are trying to make sure that like the combos that work early game still work late game, which is kind of another important element of that too.
Yeah. So crossbow's been buffed a lot, and I also heard the other thing that was definitely getting a lot of buffs is Warrior as well.
I mean, we'll see how that looks. I mean, everything
up and everything down. It's so hard to even like.
Yeah.
It's so hard to have like a cohesive message with a single like this class is better. Because it's just, I mean, it's easy for mercenary skills or for crossbow skills because I can look at those numbers and just be like, okay, everything's clearly higher.
Yeah.
But then in others, it's like it's
that's
too
the thing
easy
with
to
Warriors.
say.
Like Warrior was like in many cases there was a lot of things that it was actually not bad. Like it was good in many ways.
But then it didn't have anything that was outrageously broken like how the other classes did.
Yeah,
in the same
and it
way.
didn't gel with players in many ways as well.
I mean, we've also done balance changes on literally every ascendancy class as well.
Yep.
Pathfinder has like 2 extra notables and some changes. You've got a new notable on Chronomancer. You've got a changes to like Chrono was way too much utility stuff. Like where's just my like good thing, So like you got like a good
my
thing.
bonk node.
Less niche, more something. And then we've just done that on every single class. We've upped a lot of the undertaken or bad things, and we've downed a lot of the really good, powerful things that were over the top. So
this is why we've gone back to the more conventional patch note cycle of a couple of days beforehand, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's absolutely.
If they were ready, you would have them. They're not ready because we're not finished, right? Like, and giving someone half the balance changes doesn't allow them to even make educated decisions on what they're going to play.
So it's just completely pointless at that point.
So we'd rather give you everything all at once instead of just some like here's.
But even once you have the patch notes, like don't even be under the mistaken illusion that you'll be somehow able to determine what the best builds are from that. Like it's because it's such a big difference.
It's hard to take things into context because you can look at it and say, oh, okay, so like this thing got buffed, but this thing got nerfed. It's like, okay, but you're linking just 2 things. You're not linking all of the other things.
Yeah, exactly. So
we'll try though. We'll try.
Sure. Give it a shot. Do your best.
Look, when the game released, you had to learn everything. You just might have to do it again and again. Every single patch every major patch after this, you're going to have less and less of that, and your familiarity will be able to come in and be useful. So at least from a balance perspective at this point, like it's not like we've structurally changed the campaign and all that. So you have still a lot of information and knowledge that is going to help you play the game better anyway on your second. I mean, a lot of people maybe made multiple characters, but for a lot of people this might just be their second character. So they're certainly going to be more equipped. And we've had the races, so you've been able to see how the best people play.
There's definitely some good tips to learn from there. That lever skip with the portal. Oof, beautiful. It's my favorite. On the slightly bigger picture as well, like life and armor versus energy shields, are you happy with kind of where either of those are at, or what do you kind of hope to achieve with them?
Energy shields certainly, I mean, primarily due to Grim Feast. And like mana stacking being a little bit out of control that's been too strong and more the inside of defense for sure. Expect some pretty drastic changes there. As for armor, well, it's one of those like accuracy kind of things, right? Where it's like or dexterity and like where it's like honestly our next point with that is honestly just to get in a room and just be like, all right, let's pretend it didn't exist and we were coming up with the game from scratch and we're like, okay, we have strength. What would we want the ideal defense to be? And honestly, it might even extend further than that. And really just see, firstly, to make sure we end up, if we don't end up at the same point, make sure we end up as better. Maybe we do end up at the same point and we do just go, okay, here are some other changes that we need to make around physical damage in particular or something like that. But it's one of those things where at this point we just need to like review it from literally back to basics and see where we end up, because it might be something completely different, but like it might also end up being relatively the same, and maybe it was the better answer. But either way, it's worth the discussion and worth the time, because it's, I wouldn't say we're happy with it, and I wouldn't say we're necessarily like all the way unhappy with it, but it's, yeah, there's something not quite right going on for sure.
You're still fundamentally questioning some of these things and willing to go back to the drawing board on them, which is quite interesting.
Well, 100%.
I mean, this is the time to do it.
We drastically changed how evasion works, and I would say it's for the better, and we should be exploring that with everything, and so we just need to do that process still. That being said, as we make things more like the shield block better, as we buff the ascendancies or nerf them in on the other defensive arcs, things like armor will become better. But yeah, again, it's not quite right, but I don't have enough information to say where it will look, what it will look like in the future. So.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So let's talk about recovery as well, because that's another big thing. I remember early on ExileCon discussions about the importance of limited recovery in making combat matter, so that you could have situations where you're attritioned, or where like the hit that you took matters for the next hit that you take, and just back up the full. But it's pretty good in boss fights, honestly. I feel like recovery is somewhat limited. That still happens a bit, but certainly in clearing, you have access to tons of recovery with cannibalism and things like that.
It's certainly out of control, and it's a little bit of, again, partly due to the fact that kill speed and clear speed just was way higher than we had expected, and what we balanced around. And because if we were balancing around what people are currently doing with the upper echelons of builds, you'd have to have effectively every average player and average build just could be completely, it would be useless for them. Now there are ways around that, of course, but part of it is like a lot of the recovery mechanics, like if you're talking about things like on kill and based on damage dealt, it is a rich get richer problem. And so yes, there are cases that are problematic, and then there are just characters that are too strong, and there's a little bit of both going on. I wouldn't say we've targeted any recovery specifically here, really. Like, it's not been a main goal. I'm not going to say that there aren't little bits changed here and there, but it's more about, we've really made sure to just, it's kind of hard to say exactly what we've done, because again, this is probably a thing we're going to have to look at next time, because there are so many changes that it is hard to even understand how this is going to fit into.
Once the dust clears, you might be able to see how 100%.
Like, we're at the point where we do need a little bit of like, all right, we need another round of testing for this, because and again, I'm going to stress, it is actually impossible for the amount of changes for us internally to be able to be certain or test all of this.
Yeah, but the vision is still that idea of like more stricter recovery or less.
Well, it shouldn't certainly be like, here's one little piece and now it's fully solved, right? Like, having heaps of recovery should be something you can achieve, but it should require a decent amount of investment or high tier item itemization, right? Like, for sure, it should be possible. It just shouldn't be trivial.
Yeah. So, and on that note, then, for like vision, what's your vision of what Path of Exile 2 is supposed to be? Because I think some people are still like unsure about, is it supposed to be just kind of more like Path of Exile 1, a faster game, or is it supposed to be a slower game, a much more different thing? Like, this is a hard thing to communicate, but it gets asked a lot, and I feel like people are still a bit unsure.
It's funny though, because like, once again, it's not, I don't view it as just a pure speed question. It's about like, is the combat engaging and fun?
Yeah.
And also, are you getting to the point where you never get to engage with bosses? Like, if you're never, if the first time you fight a boss, you just destroy it without seeing any of its mechanics, then that's a problem. And it doesn't really say anything about the pace of combat. Like, if you look at some of the Huntress stuff we've got there, like, it's incredibly fast-paced when it comes to, like, dashing around and stuff, but you still have to engage with things, and that's the key element for us. So, like, obviously players want to get ridiculously powerful, and we still want to let them get ridiculously powerful. It just has to be earned. It has to be, like, after a certain point. And, like, after you, like, once you have finished your character, once you've sort of done everything, then yeah, you should be just like, like crazy and like beyond the point of any of all reason. It's just that you have to earn it, you have to get there, right? And like, that's the power growth thing. That's like, it's really hard to sort of just like smoothen that out across the whole game, but like, that's ultimately the goal, right? You have to kind of get to the point of like that you constantly feel you're getting stronger. You always feel like the next, like, oh, I got this, and now I'm better, and now I'm better, and now I'm better, and you keep on going, and you have to scale that all the way to the end, because the moment that you get to the point where you're just trivializing everything too early, it's like, well, the rest of the game just becomes boring after that point, right? It has to be that, there's the level of that you still have to get.
And so, kind of based on that earlier discussions about like damage and boss time to kill and things like that, it sounds like the time where you want that to be starting to taper off, like the players can start to cheat that a bit, is after they've done pinnacle bosses.
Well, you should feel that way multiple times throughout the game. But then later you still then get to a new level of challenge that still requires you to engage again. Like if we're doing our job correctly, it's like you reach a point of feeling like you're a god, and then you're like, oh shit, but there's new god-like shit above me that then makes me have to then do
I have to find the uber gods.
Exactly right. So you have to keep on with that train. And it's actually really hard to take you back from feeling like, oh, I'm all powerful, back down to like I'm feeling, and so you have to kind of get that in there as you go
want that
out.
Dragon Ball anime arc.
Yeah, for sure, right?
There's always a new level of Super Saiyan
exactly.
after the previous one.
Exactly, right? That's what you have to be able to do. And so, yeah, it's just smoothly taking up that power level curve, all the way to the end.
Yeah, so I think like when it comes down to things like movement speed when clearing, it's about like if you're able to just ignore everything because you're moving so fast.
Exactly. If you're able to ignore everything, then you obviously you will move really fast. If you're not able to ignore everything, suddenly your clear speed is like not as big of a thing. So long as there are still things that are challenging you, you can reach the next tier and like it's harder again.
I feel like a point of difficulty here between the communication of this with you guys and some of the people in the community is that I feel like you're not really looking at it in terms of PoE 1 versus 2. You're just trying to answer that question specifically.
Yeah.
So it's not really about like it being like PoE 1 or 2.
Exactly, right? It's just about making the combat good.
It's either the combat is fun or it isn't.
Yeah.
And there's a sort of spectrum of stuff there, but I would say that you want to be able to engage with the boss. You want to be able to fight its mechanics and do its skills, and you want to feel like you can overcome those over time and get better. And you want to engage with monsters, and there's probably some people who are like, no, I don't. I want to just press a button and loot drops on the ground, and I don't have to look or do anything. And
well, so that's an interesting point. Is there's this let's say the quote unquote mythical average build is. Are they able to switch their brain off and watch Netflix on a second monitor only if they're doing like maps 3 levels under what they should be doing or something? Or should that be able to happen at kind of like
once you're at your tier of godhood?
Yeah, but I actually want to address that because like so I'm watching. Well, right now I'm watching Deep Space Nine, funnily enough, but I'm watching Deep Space Nine as I'm playing, as I'm testing the game, right? It's like you develop a muscle memory, and that muscle memory can include using multiple skills and doing like multiple things, and that's still to me more engaging than just holding down a button, you know?
So you're saying this like watching things on the secondary thing isn't about the game being easy; it's just a skill issue. You need to get
I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying that your muscle memory can develop for more than just using a single skill. You just and we've always sort of said that there's this thing where like sometimes you pause the show, right? Sometimes that happens because you come to a thing that's
this is an update to the classic, second monitor.
I love how
Netflix
the friggin' watching something on the second screen has become such a
I know
fundamental part
it's just
of
the community's just grabbed it and it's become a thing forever. But it's been updated now. Like this is the update. You want want them to have to pause
it was
sometimes.
a philosophy set for a different
because I feel like I've said that 10 years ago about how like sometimes you get the spike in difficulty.
It'll
like,
haunt you forever.
Like now you have to do this. But yeah, I guess that turns into pause the video at this. But no, but look, if I play this way as well, right? Like it's not like I'm, like once you get to a certain point, it's like obviously you're going to want to, the music, you've heard it lots of times, like you want to have something else going on. That's fine. But I still think that there needs to be the ability to have. To have something engaging from time to time that you have to deal with. So
it's always been a bit of a silly thing because you've got so much element of choose your own difficulty in Path of Exile, right? Like
exactly.
Do harder maps, do easy maps.
But but look, people always want to choose the hardest stuff, right? So therefore, that's what they're judging it against.
That's true.
So that's why you do need a level of economic gating to make it so that like you can't go too far with difficulty without without having to prove the economic stuff on some level, so that you can.
Yeah, you're dying and losing the map.
Exactly, you're dying and losing the map. That we have to think. Like all that map sustain stuff is so tricky for that reason. Like getting that exactly right.
Well, it sounds like some big advancements in that regards. So I've got some kind of random tail questions here. Are you planning in the future on, I don't think it's probably happening this time around, but on changing campaign pacing at all? Like, I feel like some of the zones are probably a bit too large and a bit too empty.
I mean, that's more about adding more stuff to them than it is about making them smaller.
Yeah.
Like, there's still a lot more events in campaign that we haven't added yet that still need doing. There's like big lists of things that we never got time to do, so we'll keep on getting to those.
The argument there, which I do believe in, is an area should be able to be large if it has enough interesting things the frequency of interesting things is high or consistent.
Like the size of an area is completely right. Like imagine there were no load screens. You just walked from place to place. Like you wouldn't be thinking about area size exactly. It's just, is the density of interest enough? Like the fact that there happens to be a load screen between one place and the other is not really the relevant
long
element.
is directly proportional to interesting.
Exactly, right? So so to me,
one thing we do need to obviously do, and we have done in some areas, is just making sure that if it is a large area, it's not just interesting things to find as well. It's also making sure there's enough monster variety that way it's not just so repetitive.
Exactly.
Where you've got like almost different biomes.
There are some where I would say the area is large enough, or you're in there long enough such that there isn't enough monster variance, and so it gets a bit repetitive.
But it's completely true. Anytime someone says, "Oh, this area is too large," I'm like, "Well, okay. So what monsters are we changing? What events are we adding? That kind of stuff, right? Because that's the way that you change it around. Like there are areas that are very large that no one complains about because they're stuff.
They got
There's also like there are good. I don't know how many people are gonna play this, or how many people stop playing before 011, but like it's worth noting again, like areas have like the fast travel thing now as well to between checkpoints, and there's some of that stuff which I'm hoping again when people start playing from scratch they get to see a lot of the improvements we did before as well, and see how they feel about it again.
Worth mentioning through campaign, we've got both the wisps and there's also strong boxes as well through campaign. Like they feel a little bit different. There's just as you play through, you're certainly finding some things you wouldn't have
Shrines
last
soon.
Couple more
Soon.
ones.
Yeah.
The what's it?
Shrines.
Shrine?
Have them actually in the campaign soon.
Cool.
I think art wasn't quite done right, or something like that.
Well, it might be a bit weird. The ones in the end game, it works a little bit better narratively, but using that asset throughout the campaign, it would feel real random. So it's just a matter of as soon as the art's done, we'll be chucking those in as well.
Oh, great! So that could be after
release. It would certainly be shortly after.
But also like every time we do. Like that we're expecting people to play through again, like we'll probably tweak like which the content spawns in different areas, and we'll just like fiddle around a bit so that then you play it just feels a bit fresh, and things are going on there.
Yeah, you kind of got me there. I feel like each of the zones I'm trying to think of that like feel like they're way too big is like they're also just coincidentally empty.
Yes.
So I guess that is maybe perhaps more an issue.
It's the exact same problem happens in maps, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about that, like the boring empty map.
When the maps, when people say the map's too big, just not.
I think I phrased it to Jonathan yesterday when we were talking about it as every screen looks the same as every other screen. It wouldn't matter where I'm standing in the map; it would look.
I think the map you were talking about was Step. We were looking at Step and being like, okay, well, what's actually like?
It's a big square.
Yeah. And there's nothing going on in it. And even if there was stuff going on, I mean, like, it's funny because like it took us a little while to even come to an understanding of like what needed to change there. Because I'm sort of saying like, okay, well, like it's very random. So it's like, do you find the cold plains in D2 as to be a boring area because it's ultimately kind of similar? But the answer is, well, there's buildings sometimes, and you get like, there's just like there's just a little more going on in that way. So like we need to make sure that maps feel that way too. When we're doing them.
There has been a few pervasive crashes and issues like that.
Oh gosh, yes. Well, I'll tell you what, the entire engine team have basically been entirely focused on that for 3 months, and it's been horrible because. So I mean, it's kind of a long story, and I don't know if I should go into all of it, but ultimately, the issue is that on NVIDIA cards, the remaining issue at least is that on NVIDIA cards, if you're using a driver that's bigger than I think 560 point something, like basically after that point, the game crashes, and if you install an older driver than that, it doesn't. The crash happens in the driver in the GPU. NVIDIA is just like not really much help, and so it's like just trying to nail down what even caused it. It's just so hard when it's like, and the thing that sucks about it is like it won't reproduce on anywhere except production and alpha, and like the moment you look at it, like we can't reproduce it anymore, and yet for some people it happens all the time, and it's just like it's so horrible. And like what we've done. We actually come up with a somewhat ridiculous idea that was now implementing, which we're going into 020 with, by the way, which is that, and this will seem stupid, but like, how about we just don't crash? Which
you tell me about this.
Yeah, exactly. So basically what we do is, what we're now changing it to is that if the GPU driver crashes, what we do is we create a new device and then upload all the textures to that. The game is paused while this is happening, and then it unpauses, and then the game keeps going. And so that is what we're doing to solve this crash. And it's like it's kind of ridiculous that this has to be the solution, because like it's just mysteriously in the NVIDIA driver we have like, and we have tried to find a workaround for this. It is just like so difficult. So that in 0.2, that's what will happen. So
while we're here, like, do the players have a workaround? Like,
well, you can install the driver earlier than.
Sure. What about what about the Vulkan? Does that matter?
Yes. Well, but no, not entirely. It does still happen in Vulkan, but it's a bit unclear about that particular thing about whether or not that's less. But
I figured it might be.
No,
a good
it is in the driver. But I mean, yeah, like if you install an older driver, it will go away.
So all of this time when people have been saying the classic armchair developer meme, it was like, why don't you just add a bit of code that says if crash equals false?
Yeah, well, something like
it
that.
Works.
Basically do the engineering to allow us to just recreate the entire GPU context, and then there you go, and then don't crash. And that is actually the solution we're now going with. But it's like the thing is, the other one that sucked though was that stupid damn full system freeze. Because I'll tell you what, if the entire system freezes, there is just nothing you can do to find out what the hell caused it. Because there's no crash report, there's no logging, there's literally nothing, right? And it's like that happened. That happened when the Windows November H2 update shipped, and then things just started mysteriously freezing. And my God, that was hard to track down. And you ask Microsoft about it, and they're like, "Oh, we'll look into it." And it's like nothing happens. It's like Jesus Christ, guys! It's so annoying.
I can feel your frustration.
Yes,
is palpable.
It's incredibly frustrating because it's like we want nothing better than to fix this shit. So that one was fixed. There was some spinlock implementation that I don't have any understanding of why it causes this to happen, but we tweaked it a bit and now it doesn't happen anymore. And it's like there's no rational reason why this should cause the operating system to freeze. And it's like there's not even a good answer at the end. There's not even oh, here's what was wrong. It's just like this random particular sequence of operations being done causes your entire system to freeze for no reason after this Windows update. And it's like, well, cool. What do you do about that? It's just terrible. And so yeah, that one sucked. But basically now, I mean, it's funny because we've fixed so many crashes that weren't the crash. So general stability, apart from that crash, is incredibly good now.
99% down, probably 99.99%.
And it's like the thing is, we'll fix a crash and we'll be like, oh, maybe this is the crash, and then it fixes 2% of crashes, and you're like, well, that wasn't the crash, but at least it looks good to fix, right? It's so annoying. But as I said, we have a workaround now.
That's good.
That will basically recreate the graphics device if
so you might get a pause, and then
you'll get a pause for 3 seconds, and then roughly depending on hardware, and then it will continue, and the game will pause at the.
I obviously just make it clear we don't want it to remain like that. Obviously,
yes. Obviously, we'll still try and fix it, but at least it means you're not crashing. And you're certainly not freezing anymore. That's sorted out. And then we found another one recently, which was like, okay, so this is another stupid one, right? So there's that whole Intel CPU issue, on 13th and 14th generation Intel CPUs, where there's some freaking voltage regulation problem that causes CPUs to break in a certain way. And if that happens, then the thing that will break is that the decompressor will it'll decompress something and one bit of it will be wrong. Literally one bit in there, and then it fails a hash check, and then that just causes the game to crash. And so the fix, it's things like that will happen as well. You've got stuff like that, and it's well, once again, it's it is our problem. We have to fix it because it's affecting real users. But the solution to stuff like that, is just so annoying to find. And so yeah. Anyway.
It sounds like you've improved a lot of the unrelated crashes, and you've come up with a good workaround at least.
Yeah, at least
for that
hopefully.
One.
But yeah,
so that sounds like a massive improvement. But I also just think your obvious frustration is very validating for people who have been frustrated with this.
Exactly. But the thing that's the most annoying about it is that all these the engine team who are spending time fixing this, they're not able to spend time working on performance issues, which is something else that we need to be obviously improving over time. There's been a few performance improvements, but not nearly the number we would have had if we had all 7 of those people working on performance improvements. That's been the most frustrating thing about it.
Crashes first.
100%. But it's when they're kind of
we have been chipping away at some decent ones though.
We have.
We got some pretty good performance problems resolved.
Yeah, I mean there was that ice one that was really bad.
Yeah.
And, there was things like that. So the worst offenders we're certainly fixing. But and I have no doubt by the time we get each time we do a new release, it'll be even better.
Yep.
Great. But by the time we get a full release, I'm sure it'll be very good.
And I mean, speaking of, I know it's tangential sort of as well. Obviously, with we had a lot of woes around the release, but we've done a whole lot of back-end engineering work to make it.
Yes,
you know, the launch
yes.
is-
So the launch should go smoother as far as like you know.
I mean, it
all
was
the
pretty
technical
good.
Stuff. It was.
Wow, it still
But-
was 5 hours of
Yeah,
not
yeah.
good.
Yeah, but like 5 hours compared
No.
to
Yeah, this time.
days.
This time. I mean,
is
look,
the
I'm
industry standard.
I'm tempting fate here, but like we've made significant improvements to the ability for the realm to handle stuff. So
5 minutes this time.
well, I mean, we'll see, right? You never know what's going to go
You
wrong,
always
but it should
sometimes
be
get
much
caught
better.
out by something random. and-
Yeah.
so-
It should be much better this time.
Yeah.
I hope you get enough players to stress your theory. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's
true.
always a good thing to aim for.
Mhm.
We'll just run up with a couple of the random kind of chat questions before we finish up today. Any possibility of Ascendancy respecs? Is that something you've considered, especially with all the changes going on?
We're sort of not in love with it. Like, it's just one of those things where like I feel like it's key to the identity of the character, and like respecing like the journey of the character, like it does get pretty significantly compromised if you allow for that. But I know Mark is especially strongly feeling about it.
I mean, the answer is going to be the exact same as last time, which is like, I don't know exactly, or I don't know how to articulate exactly why I feel so strongly about this, and so do a lot of the team members. Of like, again, it's just that your choices should matter, and you know, it's obviously something that I was okay with in POE 1, and so there is probably a world where I will be okay, but there's got to be some level of work involved to achieve it that isn't to just pay a little bit of gold and then you're done or whatever. Like, I want to find a way to do it if we're going to do it in a way that is like grounded
That's
and
interesting idea.
and difficult to do. Well, not, I wouldn't say difficult, but like requires some actual work to do. So that would be the compromise I'd certainly be willing to explore, which I have been thinking about recently because I know every single time we come to an expansion, it's going to come up. So
the trial of respecting or something.
yeah, there'll be something where your character has to undergo some sort of challenge or something to do it. And I know you could argue, well, doing the trial is that, and you're
Gotta
not
make some
entirely wrong, but
sacrifices.
something a bit more.
Sacrifice a few
So
animals,
I'm
few thousand
sure-
enemies.
I'm sure we'll have a conclusive decision, or at least a level of articulation one way or the other by the end of early access.
Alright.
But for now,
I'll ask you then.
yeah, it's just going to take me a bit more time to figure out what I want to do there.
Is dynamic switching between keyboard and mouse and controller coming at all?
It's not in 020, but it will be coming.
It's on its way.
Yes, so
Work-
like, and
being worked
I'm
on.
really hoping by 030, like we should be able to get that. That is a very key feature.
It seems like it's going to be hard to loot juice maps with only one portal. Oh no, well, this question has already been answered. Well, actually no, because there's still one portal.
This is a concern.
That's
And we
true,
have to
with
do something
juice,
about it.
we have to figure
We
it
have
out,
to figure it out.
My
Yeah.
bad,
So
yeah.
in the next week, we will actually be looking into this one.
There's a few problems around
point.
it
Yeah.
still. There are other things to come up, like
Yep.
you know, you also don't want it to be that if you did use your one portal, because it's your portal that's used, not everyone's portal that's used. Because when it says
That's actually
one
a good point.
portal,
Yeah, it's a
that's
good point.
one
We didn't
portal
I think we
for
mentioned
up
that.
to 6 players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when it's 6 portals, it's 6 portals for up to 6 players, which means technically it's 36 entries and exits out of the map, right? And like that changes things in a way where it's like when it's down to 1, it's like you don't want it to be that, oh, I failed the map. Quick, Ziggy, come join my party, get in here and finish it for me. You know, you don't want to kind of have that style of play happening. So there is still some things we need to figure out with this because it's going to promote some what I would probably classify as degenerate behavior, as well as the fact that you're probably like, oh, my inventory's full, zone out. Oh, what the? Okay, sweet. And sure, you can add a warning, but I don't know if even restricting it to just one inventory of loot like that is good, right? I would personally prefer that it's one death, not one, entry. So there's some stuff we need to figure out, but again, Jonathan and I need to talk about that and actually solve that. So
That's interesting, yeah, because the death seems like the important part. So as long as it's not like a way to cheat it, it seems like almost like you'd want to allow people to come and go as they please until they die, right?
Yep, which is a potential solution.
Yeah.
But again, can't
Something
say for sure. But yeah, 100%. That person is right for bringing that up, and
that
it
is
is
a
on
real
our
issue.
radar for this coming week to have, or weekend as well, to have a solution for.
Yeah. So with this new league not having a specific like league mechanic, is it still a challenge league? Does it still have challenges?
It's actually
No,
I didn't think
there's no
so.
achievements or challenges
Yeah,
yet.
yeah. I'm pretty sure we weren't going to do that
yeah.
for a little bit yet.
These
but-
there's not really. Maybe later in early access, but for now, not really.
Yeah.
We're just trying to keep it more about
Make
the
the
game
game.
and the mechanics, and less about
Make the game first.
the achievements. And the achievements will certainly, an achievement system and stuff like that will certainly be there with the full release, and we'll reintegrate all of that at the time.
Is there any plans for stash tab expansions, like for example, rune storage?
Oh, 100%.
Especially with more runes?
Right now, I'm actually trying to at least add the affinity without adding a custom tab.
Oh,
Those
good.
two things appeared from the implementation standpoint, so I want to try and divorce them so we can have affinities without
we
it.
wanted to get those in this patch, but unfortunately they just didn't quite make it.
Yeah,
so I mean, it's actually quite likely to come in sometime, like in a point release after like within the 0.2.0.
As soon as the patch is out and stable and we're on top of things, it's going to be like, all right, we need to get all those like UX or quality of life things that we blatantly missed out on.
I think
For example, like being able to add bookmarks to your atlas and write the name.
That is one
that
that
is something
we designed some stuff for it. We just haven't got it yet.
It's, I want to say it's like 80% implemented right now.
Yeah. So it'll be soon as we can. We'll get that in there.
All right, that is excellent. And on that note, we'll wrap things up today. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Thank you so much, Mark.
No problem. Thank you very much for coming.
And thank everyone
love
for
it.
watching.
Thanks for having me here. Great time. Thank you very much, everyone. And I'm Ziggy D, and thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
See you.
Cái này phí New Endgame.
Essence of hysteria, delirium, horror, and insanity. Each corrupted essence has its own interesting combat mechanics.
Buồn ngủ quá này mời. Quá mày ơi. Hãy ngủ mẹ à. Ây. Mới làm giấc xong. Rồi, chốt sổ đồ mới. Có reset economy. Có ban nha. Sẽ ban nha. Mùa sau là ban đó. Anh em nào bậy bạ quấy bá là bị ban chết đó nha. Bắt đầu ban lại rồi đó. Anh em nào không cẩn thận là sẽ bị ban. Di động. Wow. Mùa sau sẽ có được một đợt quay ban lớn, không biết là trước hay sau mùa hay là giữa mùa, nhưng mà sẽ có đợt ban lớn lắm nha. Anh em cẩn thận á. Thôi chốt bữa nay thôi, đi ngủ, mai tổng kết cho anh em nha. Mai tổng kết có gì hot, có cái gì ok cho anh em coi. Thầy ngủ á, đi ngủ nha. Mai tôi tổng kết, tôi post lên Discord cho anh em những thứ cho mùa sau, những content mới thì Ngãi có chụp hình lại hết rồi để tổng hợp, rồi mai mình up lên cái phần newbie cho. Đó thì có tất cả mấy cái cheat, cái tool hay cái filter thì anh em cứ lên mấy cái Discord mình đọc, mình sẽ update lên, cần gì cứ vô check thôi. Nép với búp lại chưa ông ơi, qua tuần sau nha, tuần sau mới có cái đó gọi là bắt nốt, tuần sau mới có, còn giờ chỉ mới biết là content mới có cái gì thôi, và nép con gì búp con gì thì phải đợi tuần sau có bắt nốt. Đây đó, đây cho cái web chính để anh em theo dõi thông tin, thì mình có gửi link trang web lên đây, ở trên cùng anh em kéo lên coi thì có announce nè không, early access là đã có bao nhiêu ngày nè, khi nào bắt đầu end nè. Sau khi end early access là anh em sẽ có tầm 2 tới 3 ngày để nghỉ xả hơi, thì sẽ qua mùa mới. Đây, mùa mới là new economy trở lại từ đầu hết. 2 giờ nè, 5 tháng 4 nè, bắt đầu nha. 2 giờ 5 tháng 4 sẽ bắt đầu list mới. 7 ngày 21 giờ nữa bắt đầu thì mốt cũng sẽ có bắt nốt, thì bữa nào có bắt nốt thì tôi sẽ mời Du một người đồ toàn mia không à, nói chung là pro player bên Singapore để livestream chung, vì ông nói sẽ nói tiếng Anh, tôi sẽ dịch ra tiếng Việt cho anh em. Bắt nốt tab đang sale nha, còn bao nhiêu tiếng nữa hết anh em có mua gì thì tập trung mua nha, còn tầm 2 tiếng nữa là hết sale nha anh em, 3 tuần mới có một lần á, chuẩn bị qua mùa mới. Anh em nào mà chưa có lương hay đồ thì mua chuẩn bị trước đi nha, còn 2 tiếng nữa là hết sale nè, đang có sale á thì tranh thủ có sale, anh em nào mua thì mua. Rồi vậy thôi, 5 giờ rồi, đi ngủ anh em ơi. Mai tôi note lại những thông tin chính là tôi gửi vô Discord cho anh em nha. Đây, goodbye. Này không coi nữa đâu, như đây đủ rồi. Nói chung là mùa sau là có đợt quay band lớn á, anh em cẩn thận nha. Nó đã nói trong cái lúc ngồi nói chuyện với nhau rồi. Anh em nào mà làm không cẩn thận là bị cắt cổ á, thì nói trước là sẽ có lớn á nha. Tôi cũng đang lo vụ đó thôi. Rồi, offline thôi, goodbye mọi người. Tối nay coi cái gì dọn đồ bớt đi. Trước khi đó nó quay, nó đi một quay là một hàng anh em bay hết á, bay màu hết á. Rồi, nãy đầu video cũng có nói filter rồi, anh em chuẩn bị ngồi viết filter mới cho mùa sau đi. Ok. Bye bye mọi người nha.